patio door? Get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Royersford, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Monday Night Football heads to Vegas this week for a matchup against Dallas as they come off a bye week. This high-energy, offensive-driven game is sure to be close as they both look to improve their records. And Dallas chases the wild card spot in their division to keep their playoff hopes alive.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Minutes away from Dr. Mary Mass. I mean, wait till you hear this whole story, and we have a lot to unpack, if you will. A couple of things we want to talk about. And maybe a question for you, but I do want to get to this story because it's something I'm obsessed with, and that is the Lone Star tick and all these diseases that ticks carry, which if you remember 10 years ago, by the way, I think either Friday or today, but I think today might officially be my 10-year anniversary here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Congratulations.
So I think it's...
Wow.
I think it officially might have been last week, like late last week, but because I was filling in, by the way, at no charge, because Andy Bloom, like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you can try out for the job. So I did multiple times from like August to November until they finally officially hired me. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like one of those things.
The chords, yeah.
So, but whatever. So if you remember 10 years ago, if you pulled up some air check from back in the day, I was telling Rich Zioli about Chagas disease. And the so-called C-H-A-G-A-S. Look it up.
C-H-A-G-A-S.
Chagas.
A parasitic illness caused by the Trypanosoma cruzi parasite, transmitted by kissing bugs and other methods like ticks and...
Ticks, but also bed bugs carry this.
Ooh.
So 10 years ago, when I was just starting here, and I was like I was the Padawan of Rich Zioli and one Greg Stocker. So this was in South America, Dan. It was not really something that was here in the United States. It is now. It's actually endemic, or so they call it, but it's here. Bed bugs carry it, and as well, like you said, ticks, not as likely, but especially the so-called kissing bug that kind of looks like a stink bug and another bug. It's like really this Chagas, basically this virus gets in you, lives in you dormant, and then you just drop dead of a heart attack. It's like really creepy. But all these different diseases that we never talk about.
Those things creep me out. Like,
I know.
And it's what's the season for ticks? Isn't it past the season?
No, it's right now.
Okay, because I brought my dog stupidly through a brush and leaves, and we kind of went through the woods, and I came out and picked 4 ticks off of her.
But it's specifically the Lone Star tick. If you're looking for the scary tick, it's the Lone Star tick. We'll get into it. We have to talk about all of this.
You saw the guy in Jersey, right?
Yeah, Larry and I had, because this is I get obsessed over these stories. So there is a Lone Star tick or the larva of the Lone Star tick, which you think you have like chiggers, as they're called, like maybe a rash around your ankles or something. But actually the larvae, which are tiny and microscopic, so you don't even have to see the big tick. Could be their larva. And you can get a disease that makes you basically allergic and react with a deadly reaction if you eat meat. So I know a woman who actually suffers with this.
Really?
And you can never have beef
or
certain mammalian products, or you will die.
You're a forced vegan, essentially.
Yeah. It's horrible.
Wow.
And this is crazy
that sounds
stuff.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I love meat.
I love meat.
I love meat.
Sounds like a social
Give
caveman.
me meat.
That's a caveman thing to say. So we got to ask if anybody's, fearing this, if this is on your radar, because it should be.
I do have a CBS 3 report on that if you want to hear about it.
Okay.
Yeah, here you go.
A New Jersey man is believed to be the first known death from a red meat allergy linked to tick bites.
And health reporter Stephanie Saul joining us now with more on what happened to you.
Yeah,
this is a rare type
wild
of situation.
story. It is very rare for sure. The unidentified man died in September of 2024, just hours after consuming a hamburger and having a very severe reaction. Well, the cause of the death was just now established after a review by researchers.
Lone Star ticks can transmit something called alpha-gal syndrome, or AGS. That triggers an immune system response in people that can make them allergic to red meat, like beef and lamb.
I had a hamburger with my friends, and later on that evening I woke up in the middle of the night covered in hives.
Matt Beers was diagnosed with AGS. The CDC says the actual number of AGS cases in the United States is not known, but as many as 450,000 people may be affected.
This has become the biggest cause of new onset food allergy and anaphylaxis in adults throughout the South and largely in the East as well.
Symptoms of alpha-gal syndrome
throughout the biggest cause of new onset.
Include
hives or.
So the map that they were showing, if you're watching on YouTube,
from CDC.
is from the CDC map. So it's stretching from areas that are warmer areas like Florida, Texas, lower southern half of the country, but now it has crept up into the East Coast, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, all of us. We are susceptible to this alpha-gal syndrome, AGS, which is a red meat allergy. Dr. Thomas Platts Mills is the person who discovered this back in the day, but this is the first time they have the confirmation of a death. The 47-year-old man who dropped dead, what happened here was, and by the way, a successful, hardworking, fit guy, husband and father. The wife was not satisfied with this. She was the one who pursued making sure they did autopsies. She then got a hold of somebody who got a hold of Dr. Thomas Platts Mills. They did the autopsy, matched the blood work. Sure enough, her husband had been bitten by not the Lone Star tick, but the larvae of the Lone Star tick. That's what freaked me out.
Wow.
And then he didn't even know it, but he developed this so-called red meat allergy triggered by the tick bite, and that triggered his sudden death. How crazy is that, you guys?
That's nuts. And the larva, can you even see the larva?
No. No, it looks like people might think it's, if you've heard of chiggers, it looks like a little red rash like under your skin.
Yeah.
People think it's something else, but it actually is the larva of the Lone Star tick.
Wow.
Can cause this, can carry it. How crazy is that?
Yeah, that's why I stay inside.
No, it's worth the deet. Make sure, you know what I mean? Like, and with your dog, there are a lot of healthier products, but.
And Lone Star ticks, they're the ones with the white star shape on the
Yes.
back, right?
So they are, you would know usually if you had a Lone Star tick, but you might not realize it if the larva, while you're walking through, because the larvae are microscopic. They're so small. So have you ever heard of this? I mean, it's terrifying. But I actually know a woman who used to actually babysit for my family. So she had this AGS and could not have red meat or it's certain mammals. So Stephanie Stahl said it, certain pork products and things like that, but mostly red meat. If you have it, it could cause this deadly reaction.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. During the break, I'm going to put up a little infographic from Purdue University. I hate Purdue. I'm an IU grad. That doesn't make sense to any of our audience unless they're in Indiana. But Purdue put out a great piece. It says a quick guide to Indiana tick vectors. But these are also the same ticks that we share. Deer ticks, dog ticks, Lone Star ticks. Shows you how to tell the difference and what might happen. So YouTube.com/@12WPHT. During the break, go check it out if you want to learn more about these gross ticks that are infesting our woods. And
well, we will right around the corner. We have to take a quick break. Dr. Miriam Mass, of course, our great local doctor, but she's making big waves in social media with her latest investigative type report. So we'll talk to her about that and much more. Stay right there.
It's time now for today's Spotlight on Money.
Thanksgiving is about feasting with family and friends, but cooking the big meal does not have to be a part of that tradition. Izzy Karish, president of Hospitality Works in Chicago, says the restaurant Thanksgiving is a trend that shows no sign of slowing down.
Just enjoy time with the family, no cleanup, just a good time. This is the direction that things are going.
I'm Rob Hart.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. As you know, Thanksgiving is one of the busiest travel times of the year. If you're hitting the road to see family, make sure your car is road ready for your trip, starting with tires. Right now at United Tire, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. Brakes, oil change, inspections, you name it. Before you hit the highway for your Thanksgiving trip, make sure your car is ready for the ride. So stop by United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Get behind the wheel of a brand new 2026 Chevy. Now lease a brand new Chevy Equinox just $289 a month for 36 months. Need more muscle? Jump into a 2026 Silverado 1500 RST. Lease for $499 a month for 39 months or finance it with 0% APR. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's ride.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 60% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 12/20. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So it is Monday, Dr. Mary Mass Monday, I'll call it. Dr. Mary Mass, a practicing pediatrician, by the way, in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, leading member of the Free to Care movement that we've talked about. And Dr. Mass, her latest piece has dropped in bucksindependence.com, by the way, and that's an independent paper, The Independence in Bucks County. So good morning, Dr. Mary Mass. Your latest piece really getting a lot of hits on social media. It's entitled Undoing Damage Done by Obamacare. There's the stupidity that thwarts hospital competition. One of your latest, greatest pieces. Good morning.
Good morning. How was your weekend, Dawn?
Crazy, hectic, for sure. We want to get right into it and ask you about this because I think a lot of people, they think, oh, well, hospitals are nonprofits. And you're pointing out that you've learned a lot about profits in these so-called nonprofit hospitals.
Yes, absolutely. Please excuse me. I'm here in my car.
Oh, no.
I'm doing some shopping after my... No, I'm not driving.
Nice.
Don't worry. I parked. After my boot camp. After my boot camp. You know, I got to stay in shape here. Got to stay healthy. But
I love it.
yeah, so I actually discovered something on Friday. I say often, I always learn things, but I knew nonprofit hospital CEOs and then the other members of the C-suite. There's often like multi-million dollar salaries, blah, blah, blah. But something that I learned from the Loan Institute is that for at least the CEOs, and it might apply to the others, they get something called deferred retirement packages. And
Nice.
so when I looked up the total salary of the top 10 CEOs at US nonprofit hospitals, I was like, holy cow. There's three salaries for CEOs that are over 30 million. And then everyone on the list of top 10 is 12 million and up. There's, several in the 15 million, that's where Kaiser is sitting and so on. But it's like, wow. And that's because of this deferred retirement. So their whole packages are gargantuan. Now, listen, I'm not saying, oh, pay me that money. It's not what I'm saying. But these are the very hospitals who are coming along and saying, no, we don't want to have everyone in America have the right to own hospitals. We think it's a bad idea to have physicians own hospitals because they're going to turn into profiteers. Now, look, maybe there will be some physicians, if they owned hospitals, would turn into profiteers. But we go back to that same hearing where my buddy Keith Smith, an anesthesiologist who started a physician-owned hospital, at a Senate hearing, revealed that, the price for a urologic procedure at his hospital was $4,000 compared to some operation going on in Florida for $40,000. Wild. How is he able to offer this? He is a physician-owned hospital. He'd probably like to see more of them, but we can't have them because the ACA, Obamacare, whatever you want to call it, it outlawed physicians and their spouses, by the way, from owning hospitals, and then it outlawed existing physician-owned hospitals from being able to expand. So, yeah, it's a big problem. It's thwarting competition. Why would we have such a dunderheaded law?
I love it. And you put in there these range anywhere from, depending on their package, starting at the minimum I think you put was about 12 million. It's incredible, going up to 30, 40, and that's just, in these hospitals that you're looking at. I simply think that this whole notion that, oh, these are nonprofits and these CEOs, there's nothing to see here. And again, not to say that it's bad to have profitability or competition or whatever, but I just think there's this attitude that CEOs don't make that much because they're a nonprofit.
Well, sure. And actually, I did a retweet of the tweet and revealed that just for the top hospital, which is based in Centara, based in Virginia, and they have places in Florida and North Carolina, it's not just the top dude. They have a whole C-suite of people. I mean, I think there's 9 people that are making over $1 million in that C-suite. And then, there's a bunch of them, 4 million, 5 million, et cetera. And I couldn't figure out, do they also get this deferred, retirement thing? I couldn't find that part. So some of it seems hidden because when you look up the 990s, the head honcho dude, he doesn't look like, he's not making 33 on the 990s,
right?
But when you dig, you find it. So it's like, wait, why is all this hidden? And I'm not saying we don't need hospitals. Of course we need hospitals. I mean, I was listening to your ads before I came on. If Ron falls off the ladder or Leaf Gutter falls off the ladder, they need a hospital, right?
Yes.
I mean, but do they need a big bill when they're done? And do they need the dude that's in the C-suite, smoking his cigars? And by the way, all the people on the list were dudes. Not that it bothers me, right? But do they need that dude or do they need the ER? Do they need the anesthesiologist? Do they need the general surgeon? Maybe they need the neurosurgeon. And those dudes smoking the cigars, they're not the ones that are meeting the patient. And it just seems somehow bizarre to me. By the way, there was someone that came on and said, well, what if they're doing a good job? This is a big hospital. You can look up Centara and there's like some kind of thing where they had to settle for a couple $1 million. I can't remember what it was, fraud, waste, abuse, something. There's always like crap like this going on. And you can find more stuff about those hospitals. I mean, we could just spend all year revealing this.
But
I guess
I just want to ask really quick, why? Okay. So my question on this one is, you already have CEOs, and I call them the biggity bigs, let's say, who help run the hospital. Maybe they're doing a fantastic job. I think the point here is, why would our nation, why would legislation make it illegal for a doctor who wants to? It's almost like a weird discrimination. Like, what is it about physicians that they don't want a physician-run hospital? They'd rather have a CEO. Why? Is it
Well,
corporate?
it doesn't make any sense, because
Right.
actually, like, if you look back, you can see, like, the physician-owned hospitals that existed saved Medicare. What was it? 1.9 billion, I think it was. Might have that figure wrong, in 2019. I mean, but if you're a busy physician running a hospital and meeting Ron in the ER and everything, you don't necessarily have time to, like, do a study every year. So it's money saving. They've done all kinds of studies. There's a great organization, Physician-Led Healthcare for America, and like they pointed out, the quality isn't any different. I mean, geez, the whole reason I advocate is like my mother was like abjectly humiliated and dehydrated in a large accoladed hospital. It's a nonprofit, by the way, with, lots of big salaries. So why would they do this? Why? Because they don't want someone blowing the whistle on the happy little C-suite party where they're like, Scrooge McDuck rolling in barrels of cash. As far as I'm concerned, it's embarrassing. And by the way, how do they like make so much money? Well, these nonprofits, they don't pay property taxes. And go look around any city, you can see like the swank real estate that they have. They don't pay taxes in general. They get paid more in the Medicare space for the same procedure that's done at an outpatient doctor's office. It's called site neutrality, and we need it. They have a program called 340B that I'll write about at some point and try to explain it simply, but it's complicated and convoluted. They get to collect facility fees. There's so many advantages that these big nonprofits have and own. And it's just disgusting to me that, like, in the guise of, oh, we're helping everyone, and by the way, there's 3 Catholic hospitals on there. I hope the Pope gets a load of this, and so do the local, bishops and everything. Because if you're disguising yourself as helping the poor and helping the disenfranchised and helping the underserved, and you're just helping yourself at the C-suite level, how disgusting. I think that's the worst kind of person, someone who's pretending to be good, but is not really so good.
Well, I think you and I have talked about this, but back in the day, there was, there were many doctors, physicians who were talking about so-called Obamacare, back when President Obama was president, whether you call it Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, and they were talking about the reasons why they were against it. And so I guess it begs the question, why would physicians, presumably private individuals, be prevented from owning the hospitals? Was it somehow payback? Was it that, is it one of these things that we see over and over of big government and corporations wanting to take over industries? In other words, rather than have private industries or private people, and I could look to many professions, family-owned farms. I could think about the media. Back in the day, there used to be actual TV stations or newspapers that were family-owned and operated. In other words, local. And we've seen the corporatization and the government overtake of a lot of our institutions. And so is it that, or what do you see here? Why would they prevent these private individuals, physicians, why prevent them from owning, for example, a hospital?
Well, presumably, I guess what they were saying is, oh, we're going to prevent physicians from, kicking back, their other businesses, like consolidated businesses. Like maybe the physician might own a lab, and then he'll get his hospital to be using only that lab or something. So I guess they were trying to avoid kickbacks. But by the way, PBMs and GPOs can collect them. And
took the words right out of my,
yes. I love it that you know that. The brokers can collect the kickbacks, and like it pretty much, who's collecting kickbacks? We, everyone but the physicians.
Yeah.
And it's gotten more expensive. So if from the physician perspective, what it feels like is that, a bunch of people in suits came along and said, well, little lady, take a seat here because we'll handle your business for you. And the government came along and said, we'll just let those business people handle the business, and we'll like push the physicians to the side. And by the way, whoever runs the business at the AMA, who are trotting all over Washington right now, they backed up the ACA. How did they miss this? Did they read the bill, or did they just let it pass to find out what was in it? I mean, and they actually support physician-owned hospitals. So that's a good thing that the AMA is doing. So I'm not meaning to say that every member of the AMA, et cetera, et cetera. Does it feel to me, it should feel to the patient like all the people who have made off like bandits in healthcare over the last 20 years just get together in Washington, D.C. and decide how it's going to be done. And in the meantime, they're pretty much raping the public. And it's awful. It's got to stop. Blowing the whistle.
And so to that, is there legislation, when you talk about blowing the whistle, legislation that you want people to know about, that everybody could support to make this fair?
Absolutely. And please take a read of that piece in the Bucks County Independent, which is an independent newspaper, unlike the Bucks County Courier-Times that got bought out by Gatehouse or Gannett or whoever corporation is. But yes, the Bucks Independent. It's my third piece in there. And we talk about the two bills, the one at the House level, bipartisan, Beth Van Dyne and Henry Cuellar. They are Texas legislators. And then in the Senate, the lead on it is, it's not surprising. It's Oklahoma. It's Senator Langford of Oklahoma. And, so this idea, it's bipartisan. And what I state at the very end of the piece, go and call your legislators, your House legislator, your two senators, and you could go to X and tag my post on this. And then you could say, hey, look, I want you to support this legislation. It's time to roll this back. And then at the same time, let's get transparency going so that we can have the competition, right? Because if we're not going to have competition, we're not going to lower prices. And just like Mark Cuban pointed out, if the price is too high, as it is at these hospitals when Ron falls off the ladder or gutter guards fall off the ladder, if the price is too high, you're not going to be able to afford it because you can't even pay the deductible, which is also high. Who cares about these premiums, which are too high? Everything's too high. I mean, the people who are making the laws, are they high? I mean, maybe they're smoking something that I don't know about. And I would suggest they put those things down and pay attention and listen to the people and not the profits of the profiteers. Nothing wrong with profit. Honest profit, fine, all day long. But profiteering, please no.
Yes. Yeah, and I think about, you mentioned our senators. I do like the bipartisan spirit of friendship that we see. Senator Fetterman, obviously with a kind of a badly injured face, 20 stitches, put out there that he thanked everybody for the well wishes. One of the first people to wish him well. Senator Dave McCormick, obviously a Republican, a Democrat. I don't know, maybe a duo like that who's making headlines nationally for being two Pennsylvania senators, being of different partisan, obviously different political parties. Maybe they could help lead the way on this kind of thing. Have you seen? I haven't really seen them talk much about agreeing on legislation like this.
In healthcare, no. I mean, they're pretty junior senators, and I guess I'd have to look. I don't think they're on the healthcare committees. And I should take a look, but I think I'd like to see them be led by physicians that are across the aisle. I mean, this past weekend, I was talking to a physician. I won't name him by name, but he's a physician. He's actually at the AMA meeting right now. He's a surgeon. He is, very well thought of. And I always say to people, the policy is more important to me than the party. I like a good party, but I'm not necessarily a party girl. The policy is more important. This guy leans left, I lean right, but we agree on a lot of stuff, especially in healthcare, like basic stuff like transparency and fairness. And, if you distilled it down, we need to open the books and the rules need to be the same for everyone. We need to see where the money's going, enough of these shenanigans, and the rules need to be the same for everyone. No kickbacks, equal ability for ownership. I mean, this is just this is wild. I think to myself, what would I do? Yeah. What would I do in the twilight of my career? I mean, maybe I might consider moving to a rural part of Pennsylvania, getting together with a good group of physicians, putting some capital into starting a hospital that we're not looking to profit like mad, but we're looking to serve, because there's rural hospitals leaving. That could be a model. I'd love to do that, but I can't. Others can't.
It's crazy.
And totally crazy. Totally crazy.
Dr. Mary Mass. Well, thank you so much. It's bucksindependence.com and the Free to Care movement. We always appreciate you, and congratulations on really making headlines. And I think that's a beginning, because it's all about educating ourselves and educating the public and just sharing this information. I would say, we had reposted it. Dan and I reposted it over the weekend. I think Greg Stocker did too. But, share that with somebody. And it's not political. That's just the point that I think you're making, Marion. It's really something that when you look at it, it's something we can all support. So that's the important piece of it. Dr. Mary Mass, thank
100%.
you so much. Yes.
You're welcome. Happy to come on anytime.
Aw, thanks a million. And congratulations, Dr. Mary Mass. So 855-839-1210 if you want to comment on it. We do have Frank Scales, Ian McGee, they're coming up talking about Surge Philly, the latest, because they continue on, and we have a lot to talk about this morning. We'll get to all the breaking news. We have an update on Alina Habba as well. Remember that guy, that crazy guy who was reportedly attacking, and they say they captured it on surveillance, attacking her office, and she was, perhaps emotionally shaken, but physically okay. So we have an update on that story. So much to talk about. Thanks for being here today. At Dawn Stensland. Follow me on social media. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for just $328 a month for 42 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgates and holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Save $3 on 750s of Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 and $2 on Jack and Honey and Jack Fire. And for your high-end personal stash, save $2 on Jack Daniel's Bottled in Bond, $3 on Gentleman Jack 1.75 liters, and $3 on Jack Single Barrel Select 750 milliliters. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Maybe I'll see you there. Celebrate responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty?
Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year.
Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch.
The what now?
The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bent's Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentsdentalgroup.com.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Why are you here?
To protest?
Why are you protesting?
Pick a cause.
What cause is most important to you?
They're all important, equally important. Literally, pick a cause.
Okay.
I want to do an interview with you.
Awesome. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Our friends Ian McGinnis and Frank Scales, as we look at Surge Philly, what are they doing? They're out there all summer. They're out there now in their parkas, in the wind, in the breeze. I don't know. Better than
Are you guys out there in the cold?
I know.
It's got to be cold out there for
this.
this.
It's freezing out there.
It was cold, but someone's got to do it. So we're out there, rain or shine. So we're happy to do it.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for having us on. We really appreciate it.
Always.
It's a little bit warmer in here than it is out there. It's too warm in here. I'm kind of sweating.
No, it's
it's awesome in here. It feels great in here.
It feels cozy in here.
Yeah, it does.
Yes.
But let's get to it. As who was that individual, and why was her face all painted up? As that was here in Philadelphia. You do this every weekend. That you're just trying to get the word out, and kind of like a Charlie Kirk, kind of a Charlie-esque
Man
situation.
on the street sometimes. Yeah.
Well,
so
it's called person on the street.
Yeah.
POS.
I'm so sorry, Don. Wow. How insulting of you. So we actually went to Washington, D.C. to get interviews, and we went to a few protests. So there was
Surge Philly on the road.
Yes. Yep. Surge Philly's now on the road. We're looking to get the message out there in any way we can. We're looking to keep getting bigger, and, we're finding that a lot of the issues in the cities are the same or similar. So attacking issues in D.C. Could indirectly benefit Philadelphia as well. So we see that as, part of the future for us and for Surge Philly.
So I know that a lot of people have, said that about all of these different big cities with the crime and what they have in common. Many of them, especially like cities like Chicago, with the DAs who are the so-called progressive DAs, like DA Krasner, who just won re-election, is not term limited.
Frank.
But what is the difference that you see with Philadelphia? Because we seem to fly under the radar.
it seems as though we do stay out of the national headlines in terms of the crackdowns from the federal administration and stuff like that. But it's weird because Larry Krasner cast himself as the face of this progressive prosecutor movement that includes DAs from San Francisco, Baltimore. So yeah, it is a little strange, especially when Larry Krasner's on TikTok calling out President Trump.
Bad to be the face of the movement.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But he's not.
No. What's different in Philadelphia is we have a dino as mayor, a Democrat in name only, Sherelle Parker. She's actually ending DEI targets. And a lot of that is because President Trump and the Trump administration are putting pressure on all of these different organizations and municipalities to end DEI, which is a discriminatory practice.
Mm-hmm.
But, Sherelle Parker has been, I think, more flexible than a lot of people, and she's not as much of a leftist as, some other mayors.
Yeah.
Definitely not as much as the district attorney.
Yeah.
And you see Larry Krasner, who wants to say crime is down, and violent crime is not down anymore.
Crime is now
down
up.
anymore. It's up. But you see Larry Krasner taking credit for a lot of things that, quite frankly, Sherelle Parker is doing. Sherelle Parker is tough on crime.
Yeah.
So that's probably a large reason why Philly is flying under the radar right now. We do have a mayor who is not absolutely insane. Don't necessarily agree with the economic policies. Don't agree with the Soviet spending plan, $2 billion.
Are you getting to a point now, though, the guys, that like the armor is going to wear off? And this is for Dawn, too.
No,
You don't think... Because
I don't think so at all.
You heard Frank say, though.
Look at what just happened. Look at what just happened. A major news conference, what was that, 2 weeks ago, when you have the head of the FBI, Kash Patel, and he's holding over the weekend this huge news conference, but saying that, hey, good job, kudos to our Commissioner Bethel, to the administration, basically, who has been working at the state level, at the local level. I think that kind of participation where they literally wiped out an entire
gang. And credit to Commissioner Bethel and, Mayor Parker for putting the pieces in place there on our end, but also major kudos to the federal administration, Kash Patel, and the U.S. Attorney as well. Larry Krasner had no part in this, and quite frankly, he was silent on the day of the bust. Yeah. And it's disappointing.
Was not there, right?
No, he wasn't there, and I don't think he even made a statement about it.
What's the weird thing?
Yeah,
right now he's at the UN in New York making TikToks about Donald Trump, not worried about Philadelphia once again.
As violent crime is now up 0.25% on the year.
I'm just laughing at the Philadelphia accent.
So that number, though, the quarter.
He's making TikTok. Wait, Dan. He's making TikToks.
He's a very
that was
strong
like
accent,
such a Philadelphia. I have to accentuate.
Born and
that.
raised, you can't.
I know.
You can take the.
He's over there making the TikToks.
Born and raised, unlike Larry Krasner.
You can take the kid out of Philly, but you can't take the Philly out of the kid.
When you try to not do it, you guys do it even worse. My question is, though, it doesn't jive with me because in one breath you're saying violent crime is up, but then the other you're saying Sherelle's doing a great job, and I just wonder, I saw and I'll play the video here in a second, Bethel made Kash smile. It's like the only time we've seen a local law enforcement in one of these blue cities give credit to the Trump administration, but are we going too far because we're Trump fans and such, and essentially brushing bad things under the rug because we want to justify.
Dan, trust me, Soviet Sherelle, her economic policy and ideas are a total disaster.
Okay,
and we need conservative reform at every end of this city.
I don't mean to open up like a path to attack her because Sherelle, she came to the studio. She's a fantastic woman. But there are questions. I wonder if we're turning a blind eye to some.
100%, and those are legitimate concerns, and obviously. I just respect the fact that our mayor isn't turning her back on the police and, is actually making an effort or at least seems to care about the issues in these violent communities.
I don't mean to interrupt you guys, but I think because I text with a lot of Philly cops and such, and I think if you were to ask the rank and file officers, 100% you're right. They actually feel at least some support, especially compared to a guy who just wanted to escape to Maryland and drink up Kenny last time around.
After what has happened, after what the Democratic Party has done in so many cities across this country, it's not hard to at least make people happy as a Democrat. Just don't be totally insane.
Yeah, just don't be out of your mind. Don't,
focus on
obstruct
DEI.
federal law against immigration agents conducting their jobs and DEI policies at every single end. This is out, and I have to give credit to Sherelle Parker for like I said, her public safety policy, but again, I have to reiterate the economic policy. We are not fans of that.
But can I, as somebody who pays, I'm a longtime Philadelphia resident and homeowner, paying Philadelphia property taxes, which have gone up. They started going up
100%.
Oh my gosh, up exponentially. By the way, under the Kenney administration is when they exploded. But yes, even now, I just don't know. I almost feel like out of the choices that we had as voters, I voted for Sherelle Parker because I felt like I didn't have a ton of choices there.
Yeah.
And so,
you didn't want to vote for Helen Gim?
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally.
Excuse me, I will destroy the city. I couldn't even stand the way she spoke, which was like this.
And I think she ran off to Florida now, so I think we're relatively safe from Helen Gim for now, at least. But
what a joke.
We're not safe forever, though, because you see socialists running in all of these cities, and it only takes one election, and we're down the pipes.
Yeah,
that's true.
And again, Dawn, you mentioned. I just want to circle back to the property taxes. Sherelle Parker actually okayed a $2 billion affordable housing plan. Essentially a centrally planned, state-funded housing plan. It's as Soviet as you can get, and that is going to for sure raise property taxes if that's allowed to continue. And think of the budget overruns and the delays in the construction and all that. So it's going to be a disaster. And I hope Sherelle is at least prepared to handle that.
On one hand, we look at the financial bottom line. Probably out of all of them, it's you end up as a city resident going, well, it could have been worse. Best case scenario has to work with city council. Let us not forget, we did not even know. We really did not even know until Sherelle Parker was sworn in as mayor that most of the city workers in City Hall were allowed to Zoom it in. We're not even coming into work. It wasn't until she was sworn in and Mayor Parker said, basically, where is everybody?
Yeah.
And fought to have everybody come in, no more, no hybrid, none of this.
100%.
And remember, they took her to court and she won the court battle, but it took months and months to even make everybody come back to work, to say, if you want to work, if you want this job in the city of Philadelphia, yes, you must come to work, because she realized how devastating it is. A lot of other major cities have not even done that.
Yeah. And, people in these cities, these people who move here and they want nice things and they want, a place that resembles a New York or a Boston, and they want, flashy buildings and shiny things on the streets, but they don't want to show up to work. You can't have, nice office buildings and mixed use commercial spaces if people aren't working in them. We can't just have a city full of homes. We do need commercial spaces. And, that was the way we were trending if people were just going to work from home for the rest of their lives and or whatever it may have been, whatever setup they had with their employer, whatever flexible work plan they had. I think that those approaches to employment are a disaster for especially urban environments like Philadelphia, where we do have significant investment in commercial spaces and stuff like that. And, if we build a nice building like the Comcast Tower that costs billions of dollars and nobody's showing up to work in it, what are we going to have to do? Knock it down?
So it's been a while since I've been down there. I apologize, guys, but I'm sure you frequent it. Rittenhouse Square, just off the square. You go a block away, and it was a block full of businesses with for rent, for sale signs that were just in the windows. Has that improved at all around the city?
I highly doubt it, Dan. You look at every turn. You got Macy's closing down. You got Wawa's closing down. Dollar stores closing down. I don't think that by any means our business environment in Philadelphia is in the right place. I think Sherelle needs to start moving in the direction to lower taxes, lower regulation, so small businesses do feel like they can conduct business and make a profit in the city.
Well, but you look at you had mentioned a second ago the Comcast, major employer, obviously, but Comcast, they've been battling their workers for some time and had to negotiate even hybrid work.
Yeah.
So they are still, unlike the city of Philadelphia, you might say that Mayor Sherelle Parker is tougher than Comcast because basically people have said, I'm going to quit. I'm not going to go to work every single 5 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
So Comcast has actually gone hybrid. And with their workers.
It's surprising. I mean, especially since the significant investment in, the biggest commercial building outside of Chicago and New York City.
Mm-hmm.
You would think that you would want that pretty no vacancies in there
Mm-hmm.
and, people in that building all the time and making use of it. But
they don't.
Yeah.
They did early this morning because, we're all here in the wee hours of the darkness coming into the morning. I won't even call it the morning. And everything's lit up in Kelly Green. It's really,
it's awesome.
Beautiful. But I will say that, and just to call out, we are broadcasting. I'm broadcasting every day, 5 days a week in person from Odyssey World headquarters here in the heart of Philadelphia. So in the city, but they have all these incentives for a lot of the people here who I don't see every day. I don't know about everybody else, but they have like fun activities they do and food. I mean, companies are literally having to, have like fun days and food days and free dental.
It's like a summer camp.
Yeah.
And there's not really much they can do about it because that's the way the workforce is going. And the companies, it's the free market. They're going to do
crazy.
They're going to do what they can to keep a workforce and keep their employees happy. So they're going to go with the free market and the invisible hand of the market. It's about people like Sherelle Parker actually coming in and saying, no more. We can't allow this to happen. There needs to be some sort of, regulation, if you want to call it that, on these employers being able to negotiate hybrid work schedules and all that.
Yeah. Ironically, you guys say that because I just got an email from our corporate saying that there's barbecue in the green room. So.
See?
I might need to go check that out. I might need to go make use of that.
Barbecue. What other clips do we have to play?
We got to take a break real quick, Dawn, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a short one, only about a 2-minute break, but we'll be right back, and there are great clips from over the weekend.
So we'll have more clips. We'll continue on with Surge Philly. Our guys, if you have a question for them, 855-839-1210, the number to call at Dawn Stenzel, and follow me on all the socials. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Fall into savings on the Buick GMC lineup here at Barlow. Kick off your tailgating style with the new Sierra built for all of your needs. Find yours here at Barlow, stacked with huge discounts and rebates. Or fall in love with the Buick lineup starring the Invista, where luxury meets affordability. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Go.
Download it now.
I no longer care how.
And what does that mean?
It means he needs to go. I don't care if he has a heart attack from all his McDonald's, or we invoke the 25th Amendment. That's what it means.
Okay, if he died of a heart attack or something like that, you would be happy?
Yes. 100%. But I do not believe anybody should be attacking any political figures whatsoever. I absolutely do not believe in that. But if he passes away at natural causes, then I'm going to celebrate just like I did when Charlie Kirk passed away.
Lovely. This is Ian McGinnis and Frank Scales, Surge Philly on the road in D.C., talking to different individuals. And in this one, this is bizarre to me that people are allowed to just wish the death upon somebody like Charlie Kirk or like President Trump. That's nuts.
I can't believe that's considered a peaceful protest. And again, that's partly why President Trump labeled, Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, because at their core, these people are violent. And, I'm not saying Antifa in any accusatory manner, because these people are self-described Antifa. This guy actually who's speaking right now, he's on social media under Gunny Speaks Out. He was a gunnery sergeant in the Marine Corps. We obviously thank him for his service there, but after,
did you recognize him when you were out there? Is that why you approached him?
We did some digging after the fact and figured out, this clip actually did go viral, and a bunch of people commented to us and messaged us. This guy is Gunny Speaks Out. So we went on his page, checked him out. He has over 500,000 followers, and he posts stuff like
he says the president should drop dead.
Well, stuff like that, and also him in Antifa gear, waving Antifa flags, wearing Antifa shirts. And this guy, we actually did even more digging. We figured out his name is David Schwartz. He's a former Louisville, Kentucky Metro Corrections officer. He served 2 years in federal prison for beating a handcuffed 19-year-old inmate in Kentucky while he was a corrections officer.
Jeez.
He went to prison for that for 2 years. They found he has PTSD and a former misdemeanor charge, so he should have never been employed as a corrections officer in Kentucky. And there was a civil lawsuit actually filed by the victim, and it alleges that he even pepper sprayed him before, going and beating him.
It's crazy.
And the kid was 19. This guy's in his 50s, and he wasn't a small guy. He's pretty strong looking, and it was whatever this inmate was in jail for. It doesn't matter. You don't hit someone when they're not a threat.
Now, does he sell those shirts? Trump must go. I no longer care how.
By the way, Dan, I can send you this because I'm looking it up. There was a video of it at the time.
Oh, wow.
So this was part of this, beating.
It, clips,
Yeah, so this was, and the mother of the young man who was in the punching video, how his face literally was turning purple. And it's actually all caught on camera. So this was something that was well documented at the time.
And these are people that, they claim to be the movement of peace and love and inclusivity. Wow. I don't see that to be the case at all.
Right.
And it's not the case with the people in charge of the leftist movement to the people in power. Again, looking back to the park in Philadelphia with Larry Krasner, he was deranged too. All these people have Trump derangement syndrome really bad. And it goes all the way up to the top.
And in this one, I mean, it's tough to watch this video, by the way, of this particular inmate who's cuffed behind his back. So that's why.
Can you just tilt your screen towards me real quick through the window?
That's why you see it?
Yeah, it's a very disturbing video situation. And it's really emblematic. And that's just picking one of these people out of a crowd. So imagine, there's 100 people there. Imagine all those 100 people's, predispositions and their past.
Yeah,
and
this isn't abnormal. A lot of these people have violent tendencies,
I want to check out the rest of this video with the peaceful, him talking about how Trump must go while I load up the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll get that, but the point is, do you find that these individuals, like for example, somebody who worked I mean, in corrections, worked in the military, had PTSD. I know that was part of that case. Is that something are you dealing with that? Is that something that's being confronted?
I mean, this was, really the first real instance we figured out, okay, this guy has PTSD. He's a Marine Corps vet. He's a corrections department worker. He does have a violent past. He is part of a bigger movement called the Remember Your Oath movement. It's a bunch of former Marines, Army veterans that are similar to him in nature. We do have footage of those. The one guy who was actually following Frank around with the upside down American flag in the other video was a member of that group as well.
So yeah, there are a few of them out there. They do have a Remember Your Oath movement, and they are encamped in Washington D.C.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
They have an encampment
Permanent encampment
outside of Union Station. So that's kind of where they hang out. And they start all of their protests that they're having in Washington, D.C. outside of Union Station at that encampment. They have all types of supplies, all types of equipment to hold rallies. So they are well funded too. And you see that a lot across the country. These people are well funded.
It's crazy.
Not very stable, though.
No.
Well funded by who? I mean, that's the question, and we've seen that across the country. Various groups, well funded. I know here
certainly
in Philadelphia,
begs the question.
Yeah, I mean, here in Philadelphia, it was the communists, whatever. It was local, a national communist group that funded a lot of the Moms for Liberty events and other events where they were coming in giving. Even just people off the streets or homeless or whatever, they were giving them a $50 gift card. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, it's all across the nation. We see it with No Kings. We see it with this movement, the Remember Your Oath group. And when we were in D.C. A couple of weeks ago, it was refusefascism.org. So there's a lot of these, 501 nonprofits, whether it's 501c3 or 501c4 tax-exempt organizations, that masquerade as charities that say, oh, we're for civics or we're for democracy. And what they end up doing is hosting mass rallies on the streets of Philadelphia or New York City, funded by people like George Soros and other people like Reid Hoffman.
It's ironic that they want to say no kings, no billionaires. Meanwhile, their protests are funded by billionaires. It's really hypocritical, to say the least.
So Dan you have this clip, and this is a news report. I know it's from 5 years ago, and this guy that, you guys were confronted with, but let's check it out.
A trust in the system shattered.
Oh my
God. He thought he was going to die. That is exactly what he said.
Terry Whitehead's mother has only had a few days to digest new and shocking information from her attorney. The full story of what happened to her son before this. It's a story the public also didn't know until now.
And I just literally sat in my car and cried. I couldn't even listen to her tell me that he was dangling, that he changed colors.
From that day on, I was placed under a gag order.
Meet Louisville Metro Corrections Officer Eric Delgado Rodriguez, the first one to open the door to Whitehead's cell and the first one to tell the truth about what really happened between the three officers who've now pleaded guilty in federal court: Donna Gentry, Devin Edwards, and David Schwartz.
And David Schwartz is the one you identified.
That's
David Schwartz, yeah.
On Whitehead's neck, to the point where he was literally turning purple. It was to the point where it stood Whitehead up onto his tippy toes, and literally he could not breathe.
For more than an hour in this deposition obtained exclusively by Wave 3 News, Rodriguez tries his best to remember everything.
So I'm still going over it in my head as well, and it's just going as fast as it did then.
He tells Whitehead's attorney the inmate was moved from his cell to the West Hold, where there are no cameras. He was already in handcuffs when he was choked and struck repeatedly by the two corrections officers, Schwartz and Edwards.
I have it back to you if you.
So in this, we're just giving you a piece of this investigative report. It was big news, obviously. This was Louisville, the Metro Department of Corrections. They called it a punching video, and it had gone viral at the time. So I think it originated from late 2019, became a huge story for them. And at the end of the day, those corrections officers did confess to it. So it is pretty chilling. I mean, this guy, this is the real deal. I mean, he confessed to quite a violent act.
Yeah, and it's
disturbing.
It's a very hard watch for any of those who've seen that video. The audio, it's just a disturbing situation overall. Whatever that young man may have did, whatever crime he may have committed, it's irrelevant. That he was in a vulnerable position, and there's a degree of trust that we expect from our institutions and people in authority in those institutions, and there's a level of standards to maintain, and there's a bar to live up to, and David Schwartz did not meet that bar.
Yeah. So for you guys, I mean, what's next on your agenda, and are you thinking more and more about your own personal safety? I have to ask the question because you're traveling the country.
You're dealing with people like this guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
throwing punches at inmates.
Yeah, you attracted him.
I will say, going out there where it's just me and Frank, it does get a little hairy out there. It does, it's a test for sure to keep your cool, but we're able to keep our cool. And, that's, praise be to God that we have the armor of God on every single day out there. We work really hard to be able to maintain our composure in those positions. And we feel like if we introduced, a potential detail or security guard who may not be, completely 100% professional and, in the moment, they may get a little bit aggressive. And if somebody's trying to push us or get in our face, it may start a confrontation or physical, confrontation. And we don't want that. We don't want, it's already a tense enough situation. If we, introduce any other ingredients into there, we don't know what could happen. So we've been having great success with just me and Frank.
Frank and I.
Yes, Frank and I. Proper
Sorry,
speech police over here.
Just had to do it.
But yes.
Second, I let it go once, but
Frank and I. There we go.
Me and Frank.
Not me and Frank.
But
hey, listen, we really appreciate you both. We appreciate what you're doing. And as you go, whether it's here in Philadelphia, D.C., I know you've been across New Jersey, New York, but, it's fun to see the world through your eyes, and I think open up the eyes of so many people who think this nonsense does not exist. It seems if you're out there and you're taping, it's out there. And that's really what's evident here, that anybody could have been confronted with this, so at least I think at least you guys are realistic about what's going on.
Yeah.
And that it's politically, it just feels to me like it's the one violence or the one discrimination that's allowed when it involves Trump derangement syndrome or just politics.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like, and even you've had law enforcement that is critical of you being present.
Oh,
right?
yeah, 100%. Mm-hmm.
So that's what's concerning to me.
Yeah, we're treated like we're the ones being aggressive when we're getting the mic smacked out of our hand. We're getting pushed, we're getting shoved, we're getting stopped from walking around. And then we're asked, like, why are you here? Well, we have a right to be here, and we're going to be at all of these protests, and we're going to be documenting what's happening. We're going to be interviewing people because we need to show people how these leftists think, what these protests look like, and the danger that it has for our country and our
for
city.
all of us.
Yeah, these protests, they say they're peaceful, but it's not a peaceful crowd, to say the least. We just saw it with that guy David Schwartz, and he's just one of these people in the crowd. You could pick them out of a crowd. The next guy is probably worse than the next, so it's not a good place to be.
Ian McGinnis, Frank Scales, Surge Philly, support them, follow them on social media, Surge Philly. Thanks, guys. We really, I don't know, we're saying prayers, lighting candles. Your mom's on the phone like, say some extra prayers too, donate,
It's
Surge
okay, Mrs.
Philly.
Scales. It's okay.
So, yes. Ian
Thank you.
McGinnis, Frank Scales, thanks, guys. Thank you so
Dawn.
much.
Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Hey, you got to kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time. Find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles. That's at any given moment. 1,600 vehicles, not just the brands that you hear me talk about like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen. I'm talking about practically any other brand, any other vehicle that you could imagine, that's the selection I'm talking about. Just visit them, piazzaautogroup.com. You can search Piazza's pre-owned inventory or for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey. So there's the power of the Piazza Auto Group as well. PIAZZA, piazzaautogroup.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
A chilly air mass will remain in place over the next several days. It'll be partly sunny today and not as windy with a high of around 49. A cold night tonight, becoming mostly clear, low 34 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy and cool with a high 47.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Remember the market crash in 2020 when you lost almost 40% of your investment accounts? And remember that promise that you made to yourself that if you ever made some of that money back, you would get off the stock market roller coaster. Well, that time has come, and that time is now. Recently, you've regained some of those lost retirement savings, but you still have not realized those gains because your money is still at risk. Don't forget that promise you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events at Springfield Country Club, December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Fall is here, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to bring warmth and style into your home with Kitchen Magic. Right now, enjoy their biggest discount ever, up to 30% off new kitchen cabinets or refacing, and 50% off bathroom installation. Every Kitchen Magic design is American-made in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, tariff-proof and built to last. Family-owned since 1979 with over 60,000 happy customers and interest-free financing available. Make your home holiday ready with Kitchen Magic. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
You can now tune in to Talk 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So Elon Musk, who I'm a huge fan of Elon Musk. I think he sacrificed a lot by sticking his neck out and getting involved. I just wonder in the course of a day if sometimes he thinks, oh my God, why did I even get involved? You know, he was so popular and so well liked. And then and it was really after the Trump assassination, right? Remember that? Dark MAGA. He was so freaking adorable.
You think it was adorable? I thought it was kind of cool.
I love Elon Musk.
It's kind of corny,
You don't
I
think
he's corny at all?
You will not change my mind.
I've tried. I have
Pro
tried.
tip. I know. No, I think he was adorable. He was like dark MAGA, and he had like the look, and the crowd loved him. And I'll never forget that. You know, and this was after the assassination attempt. It was horrifying. And for Elon Musk just to realize that the difference maker would be and I think of all the people, you know, I think of Charlie Kirk, who didn't get the credit. I think of all these people who came together to say, look at what's happening, and to shine a light on that. And Elon Musk was a huge part of that. I mean, just by trying to level the playing field and take away Twitter, which is not even in the top 5 of social media sites, by the way. But Elon Musk was a difference changer because I think with young men, you had on one hand, you did have the Charlie Kirk effect, but also Elon Musk, because he was an Obama fan and a climate change or whatever you want to call it, he cared about the environmental issues. And so when Elon Musk said...
He was the king of electric vehicles.
Right. And also cares about the environmental issues, right? Stood in line to meet with President Obama.
Okay,
right?
I give you
Stood in
all that, but
line.
he's not adorable, Dawn.
He is adorable.
Sorry, go
So
ahead.
it's my show, and I'm saying he's adorable. So, and by the way, like, even if it weren't my show, I would say the same thing. Like, my husband Larry will tell you that. It's like, it's my kitchen, and in my kitchen,
I can do what I want.
Elon is adorable, and Trump is the best president ever. So there.
Hold on.
I'm just
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I'll put up my counter evidence to Elon being adorable.
He's adorable.
I don't think he's.
I think he's adorable.
Well, I'm also not am I
Help me
able to
win
judge
this.
whether to say someone's adorable?
That's right.
Yeah. Well,
Adorable.
he's not adorable.
He is adorable.
YouTube.com.
Elon Musk, come on. He's adorable.
All right, here's the photo I wanted to put up. Adorable, Dawn? Come
He's
on.
adorable.
Come
Look
on.
at him. Look at that little face. He's so adorable. Let's get his mom, Mae Moss.
I'm putting up the
get all
pre-hair
the sister
plugs
wives out
picture
there.
for
No,
those that
please
are
don't.
listening and not
Stop.
watching. Yes.
That's just mean.
Yeah.
That is not nice. That's not nice.
Adorable is not the word.
Dan, okay, can I just give a little clue?
Smart.
Dan-
He's a
Dan-
genius. Intelligent.
Listen,
Adorable.
Dan was up all night with the baby, and he's a little grumpy. That's why somebody who can afford like 1 million nannies, because he's like the richest man in the world, you're just jealous.
Yeah.
Because Elon could have, I don't know how many babies he has, but they all have nannies. And the nannies have nannies.
Hey, you know what? At least I can name my baby a proper name.
Well, that's a biased thing.
Adorable.
He's adorable.
I'm
Look at-
hung
he's,
up on
like,
that one
triggered.
term. That one.
You are cracking me up.
Descriptor.
Is
no.
Elon adorable? Are you with me? 855-839-1210. Oh, no. Now I'm really going to get it.
Yeah.
Elon's adorable. Well, what's he
He
saying
looks pretty
now?
bad too right now.
He doesn't look
He
bad.
does. He was
Why
on
does
All
he look
In
bad?
with was it Mario?
What?
I don't know who he was on with, but he was talking on Twitter, and the leading force that he was in returning free speech to the internet. Shadow bans were a thing. They're still a thing on Reddit because
It's still a thing, but
that's
Elon
largely left leaning. But Elon kind of broke through, right?
Yeah, he exposed it and he confirmed it. And then he tried his best to lift it as much as he could to give free speech.
Once Twitter broke ranks, it became very obvious
how
what the others were
adorable. He's
doing.
adorable.
And so they had to mitigate their sense of...
You're saying right in the no.
Elon's adorable.
Adorable.
Now look, whenever they have that blurred background, it looks, I don't know, it does make your face look weird.
Yeah.
I think. Like
what do you think's going on back
Harry Mays does that sometimes. No, I just think people sometimes have the blurry thing. Maybe, I don't know.
A little too much
But
processing
he's
on the
adorable.
face as well as the
No.
background.
Look at him. He's so cute. I think he's an adorable personality. I do.
If there's anyone else in our listening
Come
audience
on,
that
you
even thinks he's slightly adorable,
Sarah Weiss, are you with me? Like, who's with me? Come on.
855-839-1210. All right, let's return to the clip.
Once Twitter broke ranks,
Road Warrior.
it became very
Road
obvious what the
Warrior
others were
thinks he's
doing.
adorable.
And so they had to mitigate their censorship substantially.
Why does he look like Michael Rappaport in this video?
I don't even know what you're talking about. Elon Musk is adorable.
Yeah,
and he's
because
a great
of what
American.
Twitter did. And I mean, perhaps to give them some credit, they also felt that they had the air cover to be more inclined towards free speech. They still do a lot of sort of shadow banning and whatnot at the other social media companies, but it's much less than it used to be.
See, it's less. So, do you remember the first time that you were shadow banned For me, it was. I know when it was happening.
It's a badge
to
of
us.
honor now, isn't it?
I know, right? It's like when you
shadow
were
banned on Facebook.
when you were shadow banned. No, it was on X, and it was actually Zioli.
Oh yeah.
It was.
What'd he
We
say?
were on
What'd he
Zioli
do?
in the
Something about
afternoons.
Vampire Pelosi that got him.
Yes, and we
no,
were like,
really.
And also with Susie. Remember Susie Cool? Susie could
Oh,
talk
she's back.
about. Remember this?
Yeah.
They like took away her account, and she has like a gazillion followers and whatever. And they were picking on Susie Cool, and we're like, "What the heck is going on?" And remember, they were even tracking us, DMing each other because we were. So that's how
Throw
we
a punch
realized it
for the children.
Yeah, it was crazy, but it was actually Zioli was being shadow banned. And so I was like, Rich, I'm not seeing that. What are you talking about? And he was like, what? And that's when we all started, it dawned on us. And we realized, ruh-roh. And then we started marking it. Then we started noting it.
Why does it seem that all Dawns have a thing for Elons?
See?
Dawn in Bucks County.
I'm agreeing with Dawn.
Thanks, Dawn.
I'm agreeing. I am. I think he's adorable, and I love that word. And if I could ever find him, I would write him down on my Patriot Patrol on Substack.
Oh, look at that.
Everybody I know.
I
write it.
You
I
got a
wrote
blog?
you,
All
Dawn.
right. I like that.
I do. I have a Substack. It's not a blog. It's just a writer's platform. But
that's awesome.
I write about patriots. I teach sub in Council Rock, and I'm going to find out what's really going on. So, no, I'd love to interview any new patriot. You're on. So I love him. He's adorable.
So tell us, where do we find you, Dawn?
Dawn DeLuigi, Substack.com.
Dawn DeLuigi, Substack.com.
Substack.com.
Okay,
and
cool.
it's called Patriot Patrol. And Dawn, I've written to you, and I haven't heard from you yet, but I want to interview patriots, and I want to do a little book about that. So that's what I want to do. I'm a
Dawn is a
July 4th
patriot.
baby.
Yeah.
I am.
I love it. My
Well, thank
fellow
you.
Dawn.
Hey, we got Melissa over on YouTube, Dawn, who
Thank you,
says,
Dawn.
of course, Dawn is correct. I don't know if she's referring to Dawn
Thanks,
or Dawn,
Melissa.
but one of the Dawns.
One of the Dawns, or both of the Dawns.
Both of the Dawns, they say Elon has an adorable personality.
See, Elon is adorable. Ta-da! There you go. You're the only one who doesn't, Dan.
No, I'm not the only one. I'm reading the positive comments, not the negative ones.
And it's because you're a little grumpy. Because you're a
I'm
diaper duty
exhausted.
dad.
I'm so tired.
He's exhausted.
Gary Stam says, what's with the friggin' haircut? He looks like Bert and Ernie.
No, it's not the haircut. It's actually, I'm telling you, that blurry background, which on one of my devices, it just goes to it, and you have to go to your settings, and it's a pain in the butt to make it regular. But some of them, that's their go-to setting. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's why. It's just like, then it I don't know, it distorts your hair and your face.
Bryn Mawr Builders usually, says Dan
What?
will definitely spend more time with his child than Elon does. Shots fired.
Not nice. Elon, are you kidding me? He takes his kids to work with him all the time.
Anaya says, she said adorable personality, emphasis. There's nothing adorable about his looks.
Wow. I think he's adorable inside and out, quite frankly. Elon is adorable. It's Elon is Adorable Day in Philadelphia today.
Yes.
It's always like, you know how we say it's always sunny? Well, it's cloudy.
Yes.
But Elon is always adorable day in Philadelphia. On this day, I declare.
It really feels like one of those.
In Fantasyland. It's Dawnland.
Is he coming to Portugal with you?
Wouldn't that be... Let me tell you something. If Elon were coming to Portugal, well, he'd probably just fly in on one of his, I don't know, jets or maybe a rocket or whatever. And then he'd be like, I'm too busy. And because he's very busy.
He can pay
He's always
all the money in the
multitasking.
world, Dawn, but he doesn't get the one thing that you get on a conservative tour,
I
and
know.
that's spending time with Dawn Stensland.
That's right. So Elon, come aboard next spring, even if for a day. Wouldn't that be fun? Elon would eat it up. He would be he needs a day. We all need a day. All right, let's talk about conservativetours.com. In all seriousness, Ken Chase, conservativetours.com, they have outdone themselves in all seriousness. So this place is called the End of the Earth. It was what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, end of the earth. Yes, we're going to stunningly beautiful Portugal. I've always wanted to go to Portugal. And if my husband, Larry Bear, is really good, he can go too. That's what I told him the other day. And if he says Elon's adorable. So he's got to say it 10 times fast. Elon
He's
is
got to
adorable.
lie. He's got to lie to go on the trip.
No. ConservativeTours.com.
Look at that mug. YouTube.com/@12WPHT.
Like you're making fun of.
The
You're just in a
haircut,
mean mood.
It's the haircut. Dog.
You're in a mean
It's
mood.
a good
because
point.
you were up all night and you're sleep deprived.
Someone said, Ipso facto says, I just stopped getting it so short on the sides to stop preventing those bad-looking haircuts. It's true. I think it's the haircut. I don't know. It's age. Sorry, back to your great trip in Portugal.
Dan needs to go to. You need to go with us to Conservative Tours.
You hear that, sales team? Please.
I know,
yes.
Portugal. Dan needs to
I could
go.
use the trip.
And you could leave the baby at home with the in-laws and your parent. Like, leave the baby just because all the grandparents need some love. And then you and Maisie could have like a second honeymoon.
I could hear Maisie shaking at home right now. Like,
I know.
please.
ConservativeTours.com. Seriously, we're going 10 days next spring. So if you've loved our tour events to Italy, oh my goodness, you're going to love what Conservative Tours has designed just for you, our listeners and our YouTube viewers. 1210, dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the entire event, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes, that does include your airfare from Philadelphia. The Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages, just brimming with seafood restaurants. Abidos and Fatima, a real highlight. This is my bucket list as well. Fatima, yes. The elegance of Coimbra. Call 888-733-9494. That's 888-733-9494. ConservativeTours.com. Now, Portugal is not just the playground of the world's jet set. It is the land of Vasco da Gama, Magellan. We're going to learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone, they're worth the crossing, but there's more. We're also going to discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany, the Douro Valley, Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in a passionate way, and we're going to learn why together. Join me for all the history, the camaraderie that we share, that you know if you've been going with us to the Italy tours, you know why. Cuisine, the unique beauty of the secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you at Bellum Tower. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Really adorable, though. Adorable. YouTube.com/@12WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening now through Friday the 21st in Broomhall, Chestnut Hill, and St. David's. Gold is hot right now, so don't wait. Call 609-781-6559. Visit estatesroadshow.com for locations. That's estatesroadshow.com.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Yes, it's the most wonderful time of the year, and Elon Musk is adorable.
No.
Dan is going to disagree with me. I don't
not.
care.
Is it okay to start playing Christmas music since B101 is?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the most. You know what it is?
Well, this is Always Sunny theme, but I'm about to go with I love me some Vince Guaraldi, so I'll start that early.
Here's the problem. Thanksgiving is late this year. Some years it's early. Some years it's late.
When is Thanksgiving this year?
Look, here we
looking for
are.
that, yeah.
I mean, next week it's practically December. Yeah. So it's like boom, Thanksgiving, and then like within a month it's Christmas already.
27th this year. Yeah.
So that's the real problem.
2 days before my birthday.
See?
Oh.
Happy birthday.
Hey, thank you.
To you.
Yeah. Yeah. Please don't even mention it again. I'm to the age
What,
where
your birthday?
Yeah, I'm to the age where it just doesn't matter anymore.
Well, also I think because now that you're a dad and you have a baby girl,
Yeah.
you'll be obsessed with her birthdays. Her first birthday, the 6-month birthday, the first birthday is a blast. I highly recommend. That she's like in a diaper with a cupcake.
Yeah. Should we do like a whole bash?
Oh my gosh.
Birthday bash?
So much fun.
Yeah.
the
Me and my buddy were just talking. His birthday was back in October, and I forgot to wish him happy birthday. And I wished him it 2 weeks late. He's like, dude, no worries. Like, I didn't do anything for it. It's a day.
Shame.
Yeah.
But we have so much going on. I can't wait for the McDonald's Summit. That's going on today. What you're witnessing in real time is President Trump really trying to just move the narrative, which I think is never easy to do. If anybody can do it, of course, Donald J. Trump can do it. And so, number one, that's why I think over the weekend he finally went, fine, release all the Epstein files. Because you know why? Look at what he's done with regard to the economy. I mean, we had a horrible economy in the past administration. People are somehow convinced that it's worse than it ever has been. Not true. I look at the numbers every week with Dr. Michael Busler. I go through this. I study this. But somehow everybody's convinced of it. And Trump realized that. That's why he's having the McDonald's Summit, so that he can alter the narrative, and why I think he just said, fine, release the Epstein files. Who cares? I mean, not. I don't mean to say who cares, but I mean it has become the Democrats' way of distracting from reality. And they've won that as far as a narrative race. And so if anybody can change the narrative, it's one Donald J. Trump. So I know it's this evening, but I do look forward to this so-called McDonald's Summit, as they're just talking about.
Is that what they're calling it, or is that what you're calling it?
No,
they're calling it, the McDonald's Summit.
I think they're calling it that.
The McDonald's Summit.
You think I just make things up?
Yeah.
Dan Borowski.
This will be written into the history books. Yes.
And what about his proposed $2,000 tariff dividend checks? Will that happen? No date finalized. I know that the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, had talked about it, but we'll see whether or not, the check's in the mail. But I will say this.
Could use some money.
What?
I said, give me some more money, please.
Money.
Whatever brings me money.
Show me the money, baby. The Dom Giordano Show is next. Dom G is here. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn. Jeff Van Drew's here, too, one of the originators who said release the Epstein files. He said last week on my show he's going to vote for that tomorrow. Also, this can't be so. I think it's Lutnick, 107% tariff on Italian pasta maker.
No.
That's it.
Are you kidding me?
Shots fired. That's exactly. They're over at Ninth Street right now, barricading themselves in, trying to tell us these American-made products are really Italian. No, don't buy it.
Well, we'll have to make our own pasta.
Wait, so is Trump? It's the idea that Trump wants Americanized pasta sauce?
No, it's just they're claiming it's Lutnick, and they're claiming they were undercutting American pasta makers by lowering their prices so much. Now it's revenge. 107% tariff.
Whoa!
I didn't realize that Mizcan Group, which sells a lot of olive oil,
right,
associated in some way with Bertolli. Headquartered out of Folsom, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we need Romina here to give us some Italian cooking classes, and we'll make
not
the
with
real
American
stuff.
pasta though. Apparently substandard.
Uh-oh. Well, the Dom Show Never Substandard is next.
Bet365 is paying out. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty? Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year. Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch. The what now? The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. A lot of stuff in play today. O'Reilly here. He'll have a lot to say about Epstein and what happens next. In addition to that, Jeff Van Drew, who said early on, and I commend him for it, he was going to vote to release these. And I think tomorrow you're going to see 30 or 40 Republicans vote to release the tapes. President Trump saying that finally on this, and I think that's the right move. Now, a couple things happen with Trump doing that. One, it stops all this fascination on this, at least ultimately it does. And, you know, Democrats will overplay their hand. Whatever they find in it, they'll jump in, just like they did last week, redacting the name of one of the principal victims that wrote the book. And as a result, being caught, since she's the principal person who said President Trump never did anything, no experience like that. So this is a volatile issue that may go away fairly quickly here. But affordability, they are laser focused on this. I wish we had this before the election, but what are you going to do? And tonight is the McDonald's Summit, drilling down into trying to squeeze out every last dollar for Americans. And on that front, coffee and bananas and other things not grown in the country, they have moved on that. Now the barrier, though, and I think it's this guy Lutnick, this really gets us into the tariffs, and this affects the holiday season and particularly affects Philadelphia. So I was just telling Dawn, There is a potential 107% pasta tariff. It started with the U.S. Commerce Department launching what it says was a routine anti-dumping review. And they claim that Italian pasta makers sold products into the U.S. below market prices and undercut local competitors. Now, the Commerce Department is considering levying additional 92% in duties on top of the 15% President Trump has already put that in. CBS says this news sent shockwaves through Italy, where 13 producers would be subject to the whopping 1-2 punch. And Italy, apparently, at least in the area of things like this, is our second biggest exporter to the United States, behind Germany. Pasta was not one of the 200 food items listed in Friday's executive order exempting them from tariffs. And then they go into, and I think all of our palates would agree with this, they go into how substandard the American-made pastas are versus the Italian pastas. And what's the difference? Well, I think the difference is they seem to take their time a lot more in Italy. It is something that's considered a basic part of their society. And, you know, it's kind of like the gravy thing. Everybody has their own special gravy, or if you prefer, sauce, and all kinds of secret. There's a lot of pride involved in it. So why would Italian pasta taste better? I think it's because it's institutional. It's in the roots. It's in their, handed down, versus in America, oh, what the heck, it's another product. I'm not even sure what the chief American pasta maker might be or who that might be. But look, I know a lot of people that listen, maybe even over in the Italian market, 9th Street, they say that clients, one guy says, count on him for top shelf product. And he was relieved, at least for the time being, they weren't going to have to shell out for the real deal, or worse, purchase made in America pasta. Who knew it was that substandard? It was that bad. But that's where we are. All right, here is, this will be cut 5, Henry. Here's something, well, first of all, let me get to Marjorie Taylor Greene, 855-839-1210. You can get in, particularly on the pasta. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I had on once when she had a book out, and I found her to be really a good guest. President Trump has changed her name to Brown, the last name, and the middle name to Trader from Taylor on all this stuff. Our buddy Scott Jennings points out some of this from Marjorie Taylor Greene is due to the fact she wanted to run for the Senate from Georgia, and Trump sent her a private poll showing she losing to Ossoff, who's very beatable, by 20 points. And then she started to erupt around that. So there is some of that. But I think she also, I can't say a voice of reason, but she's willing to point out, and President Trump is seeing the wisdom of this, how damaging continuing to go back and forth over Epstein is as far as a distraction. And now that Trump is moving forward on this, we're going to be able to put that out of the way. And tomorrow, I think a lot of Republicans are going to vote that way. So here is President Trump, though, saying what I was waiting for. He will barnstorm the country for the 2026 midterms. Here's Trump.
The midterms are very important. And again, I think we should terminate the filibuster. Republicans should terminate the filibuster. The Democrats would do it immediately if they ever got power. And without Manchin and Sinema, they would have done it the last.
Would you be open to endorsing someone primarying Marjorie Taylor Greene given her latest statements?
Well, it depends on who runs against her. I mean, I'm no longer much of a fan because I disagree with her policy. When she said,
okay, so Trump going to barnstorm the country, rallies and the like. That's good. But what he has to do, and I'm not sure, how you get it through to him, he has to explicitly, not just barnstorm the country. Look, some of these Trump voters that come out, they love the rally. They'll be screaming, cheering, and all that. Then they won't show up and vote. at rallies and the like, he's got to take his time, take some minutes, and explain how this works. If you don't show up and vote for X, I'm not going to be able to do anything. That's what needs to happen. Not just barnstorming and rallies. That part is good. But that's where this has to go. All right. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about her life is now in danger. Cut 6.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her. Okay, what about you?
Are you negotiating?
All right. So, again, back and forth with Marjorie Taylor Greene here. But the big story is that we are going to see the files. I think the vote tomorrow will move it along that pathway. And that's where we're going to end up. By the way, Henry, I haven't seen it yet. I didn't check in the last 5 minutes. Today was the day. You could pull it up if it's there, and we'll tell people. That Chester County, just wanted to tell you, even at the top of the show, we don't forget. Chester County was supposed to announce, what the heck are they waiting for? They need a lunch break, some martinis, who the independent body will be that is going to scrutinize the debacle that happened on Election Day. I looked the last around 10:30 or so, and I didn't see anything. But as soon as they announce who that will be, we'll give you a critique of it. You see, why did it take so long? And do they really think they're going to slow walk this into Christmas and everybody will forget about it? Maybe the people in Chester County will. We won't. I don't think listeners want us to. We want to get to the bottom of this so that it doesn't happen again. All right, let me give you the side. We'll take some calls after Bill O'Reilly coming up. Dan and I did this. He talked about, he was with a group of friends. This was, maybe 2 years ago, whenever Epstein ended up dead. And he talked about asking who was the most evil American, who is the worst American ever. All right? And we had tremendous answers. So I thought with Epstein on the cusp here, revive this. It was amazing, the response. Who is the worst American ever? All right, I'll take a couple off the board that came to mind to me. Of course, you're not going to win with an answer like Benedict Arnold, okay? Realize that. If you say it, okay, got to be a little bit outside the box. I would say Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, who gave away to the Soviet Union the secrets to the atomic bomb. We really had a good position there. We had the bomb, they didn't. And this really pushed them forward. The other one I would take off, it's not all just political and big stuff necessary. Bernie Madoff, all-time worst.
Yeah.
Played on the worst instincts, even got your New York Mets, I think, for 50 or 100 $100 million. It was amazing, the Ponzi scheme he came up with. Yes, well, that part might be good. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, the Mets had problems before Bernie got involved. So
yeah.
So I'm going to take two off the board, a little lighter here. First, I'm going to take off someone who's been in the news lately. It's YouTuber Jack Doherty. Have you ever heard of him?
Jack Doherty, no.
No, that's a good thing, yeah. He's a bit of a menace where his whole content is antagonizing people in public for the most part.
Okay.
And then, hiding behind his bodyguard for to have him fight his fights for him. Yeah, he was just arrested over the weekend for, obstructing a public road. Cops tell him, dude, you got to move your car out of the way. He goes, I'm not moving my car out of the way. Do you know who I am? I'm Jack Doherty. Like that kind of attitude he has. It's like, dude, you're the worst. Get out of here. Who do you think you are, dude? You're a YouTuber.
All right, that's a pretty good one. Yes, I would say Hassan Piker, I was thinking of all the time you were saying it. Yes.
Yeah, and the other one I'll take off is Jake Paul. Stop fighting old people for clout. It's ridiculous. Come on, stop being the worst.
That's a
fight
good
someone
one.
your own age. Fight a professional.
Now, that's outside the box. That's the type of stuff we're looking for, okay? So 855-839-12. We'll get Sean's in a moment after Bill O'Reilly. O'Reilly in the on-deck circle, he had a lot to say about Epstein. Bill Maher, he was on with. We'll talk that, and we'll take your calls at 855-839-1210.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family & Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts? At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, big issues, big guests. Nobody bigger in any day than Bill O'Reilly, but particularly the Epstein thing and this guy, Nick Fuentes. O'Reilly and Bill Maher came together on that, not this week, previous week. I love seeing the two of them spar back and forth. It was great stuff. Let's go to Bill O'Reilly here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, why not put Bill Maher in with Cuomo, you, and Stephen A. Smith? Would the stage be big enough?
No, there isn't a venue big enough in the world for those. That would be way too much bloviating, just too much.
I liked it, and the Fuentes guy surfacing again. And Bill, I don't know if you saw this. I think you were doing some of your own show and stuff. That one of the chief guys at the Heritage Foundation has just resigned, Robert George, who I've had on, like him, true conservative, over Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and the head of the Heritage Foundation, kind of defending all that.
I don't get involved with this stuff. When I went out to L.A. To talk to Maher, and then we did the Howie Mandel, which will drop tomorrow, I believe, and it's worth watching, too. And I did Carvey and David Spade. So we were busy out there. But where I go, people go, oh, well, you're the conservative Republican. I go, wrong on both counts. I'm not conservative and I'm not Republican. I'm registered independent and I'm a problem solver. I don't adhere to an ideology. And I found that by not following this ideological stuff on both sides, that I can get better analysis because you get the emotion and craziness out of it. That's what that category is. So, and the guys and gals who have migrated from the cable networks into the independent social media world, where you have a lot more freedom and you can make a ton of money. They've all gotten into the trap of trying to play the ideological card. All of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they waste so much time. And I know there's an audience for that, but it's a fickle audience. And if you don't tell that audience exactly what they want to hear, they'll turn you off. They'll turn on you in a heartbeat. I don't want those people. That's not my crowd. I want the people who are looking for information, number one, and then fact-based analysis on that information. So when you talk about Heritage Foundation and this guy quit and that guy doesn't like Fuentes and that guy doesn't like Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly does this, I'm lost. I'm not in the world.
Yeah, but Bill, the reason I brought it up, you and Mar were in agreement. I'm glad you talked about it because to the point you just made, some of these people are toxic. You can't bring Fuentes on and say, I'm just asking questions. He's out of bounds. You know, he wouldn't go on with Bill O'Reilly. First of all, 30 seconds in, he quit.
Yeah, there's no way. Look, the importance of that story transcended Carlson or right. the ideological Heritage Foundation. That had nothing to do with the story to me. And I basically said, look, there is a responsibility that Dom Giordano has and Bill O'Reilly has and Maher has to put people on the air who are not going to insult the American public by saying Hitler's a great guy. I mean, it's absurd. And if a guy or a gal thinks that, they disqualify themselves from that kind of a debate. I mean, this is no game we're playing here. Hitler was a guy who was responsible for 50 million deaths, because that's what the number was in World War II in Europe. He started it, just like Putin started Ukraine. It's exactly the same thing. So they're responsible for these deaths that spiral down even 75 years later into families, and they wreck heritages, and they cause upheaval and an amazing amount of pain. And you're not going to get somebody out to justify that. That's irresponsible. That was the debate. And I asked him, I said, you didn't put him on, right? No. And then I wanted to get his take why I didn't put him on. He didn't really have a firm take on it. He just finds Fuentes distasteful. I have a well-thought-out take. Surprise, surprise. I don't want to insult my audience with this kind of stuff. You know, there's a line that I have to follow to be a responsible journalist. And it's not about boycotts. It's not about banishment. It's not about any cancellation or anything like that. The man either does not know enough to qualify to be on my program, which probably the case, or he's mentally ill. Or you can go and sweep up 8 guys right now in Philadelphia and put them on your show, Dom, wandering around muttering. You know, they'll probably get you good ratings for a couple of days.
We have 2 producers here. One of you guys go out and get that first guy that comes along. We'll test O'Reilly's theory.
Right.
Yeah.
I was here with Sydney. Oh, the Martians kidnapped me last night, and they took me to Delaware. You know.
Exactly.
Come on.
Bill, the other thing of interest, Epstein now. Why in your theory, why in your change of heart with Trump saying, go ahead, release all of them, even though he could release them, but Republicans, 40 of them, I think, are going to vote to do that thing tomorrow?
I don't know. This is the weirdest story in the world. Mm-hmm. So when I talked to President Trump on St. Patrick's Day of this year, he asked me, I didn't volunteer anything about, well, we got files and information that we have not released on JFK, on RFK, Martin Luther King, and Epstein. And he goes, what do you think? And I said, look, the first 3, you got to put everything out on the assassinations of those men. Everything you have that's verified, you got to put out. But on the Epstein thing, you only can put out what the Justice Department believes is true. You can't just put out rumor and innuendo because any name attached to Epstein in any context is going to damage that person and their family. That was my opinion then. That's my opinion now.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Bill. Who gets to arbitrate that then? Well, what's the metric? I got your point. This guy could have mentioned anybody.
Professional. Yeah, the Inspector General of the Justice Department is the arbiter. That's the arbiter. That this has been established by the Justice Department as true. Bang, it has to come out. Has to come out. But anything else that they haven't determined to be true. So I had this debate with Cuomo last Wednesday on his show, and I said, what I'm telling you on News Nation. And I said, look, you're going to have Killing the Witches, my prior book. If you get people's name attached to this guy, then they're going to be under siege, and their enemies are going to seize it, and they're going to hurt them with it. And Cuomo goes, I don't care. I want to see the files. I don't care. And I said, well, wait a minute. How then you're calling for anarchy? You're calling for vigilante tactics? He goes, no. The people can make determination. This is Cuomo. And I go, how? People don't have investigative capabilities. They don't have subpoena power. They don't know. So that was, what I thought was the holdup was that, but Bondi has not been able to articulate anything here. So we just don't know why it is being held up. But my argument is, if I were president, I'm being very careful. I don't want to destroy human beings. That's not what I'm in business to do.
But you know what the but is here, and I think that's what Cuomo was getting to, Bill. I'm not sure if he said it the way I would. Then people are going to think you're hiding this for one party or another. That's exactly, if anything doesn't come out of this. Can't
Don,
we see
that
it?
Doesn't make any sense. And I could destroy that argument in a minute. And I did. Okay. The argument that, the government's hiding this and it's another conspiracy after the 180 conspiracy we've already had this year, okay, doesn't hold up because the Democrats had it for 4 years.
Right.
Okay, so they could have let it out. Biden could have let it out. They didn't do it. Trump had it for, I think, most of his first term. And then Trump's back. And you had a situation where the lawyer for Epstein, Alan Dershowitz, is under oath saying Trump's name's not there. Okay? So then Virginia Giuffre, the woman who wrote the book, says Trump didn't do. I didn't think Trump did anything. Okay, that's
okay.
her.
Well, let me summarize it. But I don't think Trump is involved either, Bill. So your argument is, though, there's going to be some random fire here by Epstein saying God knows what or somebody else back and forth, and you think that might be Trump's motivation for opposing it up until now.
I don't know what Trump's motivation is.
Okay.
I know what the motivation of the Democratic Party is.
Sure.
Okay? Try to get anything on Trump and attach it to him. The Republican dissenters, most of those went in big time when Biden was in office.
Exactly.
All right? Big time. And so, Biden's covering us up.
Right.
And then because of Bill Clinton or whoever it may be.
Right.
So I don't think you run a government based on what conspiratorialists want.
Well, I'm in agreement with that.
Great.
Yeah, I am the anti-conspiratorialist. Bill, holiday season, Bill O'Reilly, the books. Hard to get for anybody, particularly you and I always talk about, say, high school, college, early college years, with several of your books. Nothing better because it's a way to introduce them to history in a pleasing kind of manner.
You know, confronting evil is a tough sell for Christmas because there's no slogan.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
You know, put evil under the tree.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have a ring to it. I think it's very difficult to sell that.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I've done is I twinned it with confronting the president, so you get both confronting books. That's number one. And then we have the bundle, We got the 13 killing books with the 2 confronting books,
Okay.
all in one package. And that I did, and this is true, I did to save my audience money. Because if you get 15 books, you can give as many of those away as gifts as you want.
Yeah.
And your cost basis comes way down. And I'm saying to people, everybody's screaming about, the high cost of living. We don't have a lot of discretionary. And I'm trying to make it so that you could save hundreds and then literally hundreds of bucks on good gifts, worthy gifts, but you got to be smart. And this is what we've done on BillO'Reilly.com.
Excellent. One thing, Bill, Garfield. I read the books. I didn't have a chance to go and look at it. Have you seen the Netflix Lightning, the assassination of Garfield and Gotho? The guy who was the killer wanted to be a great man. It's really well done, I think.
Yeah, I have not seen it. I'm aware of it. I watched the first episode of Burns last night on PBS, The Revolution.
Review?
Boring. I couldn't believe how boring it was. So I'm to tell my audience, and I'm telling your audience now, you really want to know about the revolution, and you should. Killing witches and killing England together.
And killing
you read those 2 books, I don't know what happened to Burns. My God, that was my chair collapsed. It was so dull. It was like I can't watch.
I read the reviews saying the same thing. Killing England is the first book we got you here to Philadelphia on too. I'll never forget it. What a night.
Yeah, it was a fun night.
Absolutely. Well, Bill, thank you. Have a great Thanksgiving if we don't talk.
You too, Dom. Thanks for having me.
You are welcome. Bill O'Reilly here on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah, I would commend, is it just Lightning? Is that just the title? Lightning's in the title. And this guy who was the assassin wanted to be a great man. He got kicked out of the free love group. The woman wouldn't sleep with him on the farm where free love was practiced in Oneida, New York. And he ends up stalking all these people to get a job, to do a campaign. And then he decides, if I kill Garfield, who apparently was a rising and not a corrupt president, then I'll be a great man. And I'll usher in Chester A. Arthur, who was just looking for the sausage man constantly. Yeah. You saw some of that, Sean? I see you moving your mic there. No? No, I would tell you, Netflix, you'll like it. All right. Jeff Van Drew, the man of the hour, he's going to vote to unleash the Epstein files. You heard what O'Reilly said about it. I'll ask Van Drew about that. And are we there that you want this done too? The president indicating that. We'll see, though, if it actually happens and how long it takes. By the way, going after Thomas Massey, marrying a woman less than a year after his wife died. I don't know what the over and under rule is there, but I got to say, I'm not a big fan of that. It's personal life and all that, but it's out there in the news. It's a little bit quick. 855-839-1210.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Good news at the airport. The FAA lifts the flight restrictions at major airports like Philly International. SEPTA is canceling a dozen trains today as it completes safety upgrades on its Silverliner 4 regional rail fleet. And the Eagles snapped the Lions' streak of 40 games of scoring double digits after last night's win.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Searching for a new path to wellness. Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Weather sponsored by Wawa.
A chilly air mass will remain in place over the next several days. It'll be partly sunny today and not as windy with a high of around 49. A cold night tonight, becoming mostly clear, low 34 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy and cool with a high 47.
Wawa now has better than ever ways to create your own handcrafted iced coffees and lattes. Pick your milk, flavors, sweeteners, and toppings just the way you like. Whether it's bold or simple, every cup is created by you. Handcrafted by Wawa. Gotta have a Wawa.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Always a great day to bring in Congressman Jeff Andrew, but particularly, need I go back? He was one of the original people that said we need to move forward on the Epstein thing. It's a distraction, among other things. And here we are. And I think tomorrow, I'm going to ask him, you could see 20 to 30 Republicans vote to release the file. What will happen then? Let's go to the congressman here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Congressman, welcome back in. And again, I don't forget things like this. It's rare that we have someone who's a true ally of the president saying, hey, I differ on this. My gut tells me, we have to move forward with the Epstein file.
Well, I think, my gut was right. I mean, you can see how much of a distraction it has been.
Yeah.
And it's given Democrats all kind of opportunities to put out all sorts of false information out there. Let me say something, and then I'll talk directly to your question about tomorrow and what's going to happen next. Just keep in mind one thing. The Democrats, for 4 years, year 1 under Biden, year 2 under Biden, year 3 under Biden, year 4 under Biden, the Democrats never did a thing about any of this. They barely commented on, even Jamie Raskin. It was a minimal comment. He didn't like the plea deal. I think it was for Maxwell. He talked about that a little bit in the past, but none of them said anything. So, there's a lot of hypocrisy to go around here, number one. Secondly, the reason that I felt so strongly is because I always think maximum transparency and visibility is just good. It's good. Whatever is going on, it's just good to get it out there. Because quite frankly, in a case like this, it's going to be there anyhow. Thirdly, it's, over and over again, they try to pin something on the president. There has been nothing, even in this latest supposed revelation. Once they dug in, they found that the woman supposedly that, something potentially could happen, said what a gentleman he was, and that he never did anything at all. So what happens now? Now we're going to have the vote. I would think at a minimum 10 to 20. I may be wrong, and you can have fun with me if I'm wrong. I think it's 50 or above Republicans at this point. Some people may not have seen, but the president did put out on Truth Social last night that he encouraged people to vote for it at this point, just to get it out there and get it done. He didn't care. So I think some folks that were a little resistant to voting to vote it out may very well do that. Now, I was, nevertheless, I've been clear on this from Jump Start.
Yep.
I didn't vote for the discharge petition because I thought that was the wrong way to go about it. But let's get the information out there, and let's deal with it. And let's get beyond it, hopefully, because we have so much other really important, good work to do.
I agree with all that. Just had Bill O'Reilly on, and we're friends, but and we weren't, it wasn't the intense Bill O'Reilly, anything like that, Jeff. But he says, no, the inspector general ought to look at it. Some of this could be embarrassing. Epstein shoots his mouth off and someone's ruined because of that. I think it's better in this case to be transparent with it, that we end this once and for all, if possible. It just can't go on like this.
I agree. And I'm really hopeful, hope against hope, Tom, that people are sophisticated enough to know that just because somebody shook hands with them or even had spent some time, you don't know what people are about. Let me tell you real quickly. I mean, I meet, as you can imagine, we all do at this level, thousands upon thousands of people, tens of thousands at this point. I've been out there for a number of years, obviously, involved in politics. You know what? I kid about it, but I'm serious in a way, too. Somebody comes up to you, you're in a diner. Just the other day I was in a diner, somebody came up, gee, can we do a picture? I'd really like to have a picture with you, shake your hand. Of course, I never tell anybody no. Well, Dom, I got to think over all these years, all over those hundreds of thousands of pictures, maybe more, that there's a picture of me shaking somebody's hand who's done something bad. Let's just face it, because you don't say no. That doesn't mean anything. So I'm not going to be one to jump to the gun, including even the Democrats. Clinton went back and forth many, many times, was really involved with the guy. They're going to investigate that. Good, fine. I don't care. But if it was just that he had talked to him, seen him, thank God. One thing I am thankful for some reason, I never met the guy, never shook his hand, never spoke a word to him, and I'm thankful. God have mercy on me, because I am just thankful it wasn't. But it's wrong. If somebody just shook his hand, he was mixing and grooving around with a lot of important people. That doesn't mean they were involved or anything or knew anything or did anything.
Well, I'll tell you how wild this is. Alan Dershowitz, who's a friend of the show, said on the show, Dom, I just want you to know I always kept my pants on. So there you go. That's that's my headline. I kept my pants on.
It's a good headline. Dershowitz is a smart guy, and certainly he nipped it right in the bud there. But that's kind of true. It's not if you've met somebody or shook their hand or even had dinner with them, because you don't know what the deal is. You don't know what your fellow human beings are going to do. But were you caught with your pants down? And particularly, by the way, we talk about all this. It was awful. How more than distasteful, just morally wrong.
Criminal,
these are kids.
exactly.
Yeah, and it's criminal stuff. Dom, like I always say, you've heard me say this many times, but I think it's worth repeating again. I do not care what you do in your personal life in your bedroom. Don't make me pay for it, and don't force it on my kids. And that's what's bad about what the Democrats have been doing. They want to change everybody. They're forcing in school systems. I'm digressing for a minute, but they're pushing their morality on everybody. No, do your thing. I don't care. I don't need to know about it. Quite frankly, Dom, I don't want to know about it,
Parting question for you. Over the weekend, I think you were on CNN, but you've been one of the people out there keeping your eye on the ball. Republicans are going to have to come up with an alternative to Obamacare. And I know Dr. Oz, who I have a lot of faith in and friendship with, is part of a threesome, I think, or four people that are going over this every day. And then the president is throwing stuff out there. What is the core that Republicans would go for, that we have something for the midterms on board, at least a pretty good system? If we don't, it's going to be a killer. And I think you said that over the weekend.
I did. I don't want to play pretend. I want to tell it how it is. It's what I do. And so, it's just politically stupid. I don't know how else to say it, Dom, that, a lot of these people are our people. We saw in this last election, just this past November, a few weeks ago, we saw that we lost a little bit of our base. We can't afford to do that. With the new base that we have, working people, they are naturally our people. So we have to take care of it. So this is what I've said. If we have some sort of, and it's not easy to do, if we have a system that we're going to put in place, and we talk about health savings accounts and flexible spending accounts and all these things. But I don't mean, Dom, just giving somebody, okay, we're going to give you $500, go and get your health. No. I mean, we need somebody where people are covered. Yes, they do have to contribute and they do have to be part of it, but something that's affordable. So either we got something that we're going to do like that, and there are certainly changes that need to be made, or, and this is the choice we have, if we've got something that's ready to go, put right in place, and don't cause a lot of pain this coming up year, good. And I will vote for it. I hate Obamacare. The costs have gone up radically. It's terrible. We need to do something. If we cannot get something really good, really cohesive, that really makes sense and is really functional, then for 1 year only, I will not vote for 2 years. I will not vote for 3 years. 1 year only. Change the caps. Change some of the fraud that occurs right now within the system. Change a few other things about maybe but we can do things with the Obamacare for 1 year, but 1 year only, and then work real hard over that year. And the minute it's terminated at the end of the year, have a system to go that's good, ready, in place. I will vote for either one. Dom, I'll vote for anything as long as we don't hurt my people.
Exactly. Well, Congressman, thank you as always. Good luck tomorrow, and happy Thanksgiving if we don't speak.
Yeah, absolutely, Dom. Happy Thanksgiving to you, your listeners. As I always say, thank you for the good work that you do. And this Thanksgiving, for real, just be thankful. This is a great, I end things like this all the time. This is the greatest nation that ever existed on the face of the earth. We need to remember that, and we need to be thankful. God bless you.
You too. Thank you, Congressman, very much. Coming up, Joe Exton making an appearance, getting in early. He's fired very early here. Side question, that evil American, that worst American. Henry had a YouTuber. I had Madoff and the Rosenbergs. Sean, did you have one you think is a awful American?
Yeah,
Who's
so Thomas Midgley Jr.
Okay.
He invented leaded gasoline and some of the first CFCs, which is to say Freon.
Okay.
He is probably the single most consequential American in terms of climate destruction.
Uh-oh.
He's the reason there was a hole in the ozone layer.
All right.
He invented that.
Midgley. You said Midgley, right?
Yeah, Midgley.
All right. I'm putting that guy on my list right now. Okay. That's what we're looking for. Somebody who's an awful American. 855-839-1210. A little bit later on, Florida. DeSantis and others, and when you hear, I have it in detail too, how communism is going to be taught about in Florida public schools up and down the line. Even in pre-K, there's a mention of how to rat out those commies. And I had fun last week, Henry, when you weren't here. Commie John. I forgot what he said that made me.
No.
Yeah. He took it well, pretty much. And Bill Ackerman, billionaire, advice to young guys who are having trouble, and we talked to John about this, so much so they go online to meet women, about the phrase you ought to say to meet women, or anybody, but mainly women. He's being mocked ruthlessly for this.
Thank God.
Oh, yeah, this is just, if you Google it, you'll go, oh, my God. No, he's a billionaire, too. All right, 855-839-1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening now through Friday the 21st in Broomhall, Chestnut Hill, and St. David's. Gold is hot right now, so don't wait. Call 609-781-6559. Visit estatesroadshow.com for locations. That's estatesroadshow.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Don Giordano show. A little bit later, we'll get a thumbnail sketch from Henry about Charleston. I've already said really good stuff about it. We'll see if there was any downside to it. It's the wedding capital of America, at least some people say.
That is for sure.
Yeah, but they said, oh, we can't rent you a car. We have 3 weddings in town. I'm like, what the heck?
Only 3? Oh,
yeah,
man.
That's right. We have that on Rittenhouse Square. Right now, they're out there in the rain. You don't know what. Let's go to, 855-839-1210. We are looking for that worst American coming off Jeffrey Epstein, who you could argue would be in the top 10. I know there's some people. But by the way, do you notice that O'Reilly will not criticize Tucker Carlson, though, for some reason? He vaguely steers away from that. Tucker Carlson, to me, at this point in time, for a guy that smart, and I've interviewed him for a book, I've been on his show, it's despicable. I mean, demons are attacking him.
Yeah, that's a new one. That's
and while you were not here, Henry, I'm not sure if you're knowledgeable of this guy. I wrote it. No, I'm sorry. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, he was attacking over the weekend. No? Oh, well,
Yeah, that's a new
Bonhoeffer-
name.
Bonhoeffer's a hero. I mean, Bonhoeffer is a Lutheran minister who was one of the driving forces to assassinate Hitler. So Tucker's take was, yeah, well, this guy is a religious figure. How could he want to assassinate anybody? And I would ask any religious figure we have out there right now, of any stripe, rabbis, Franciscan monks. Well, monk, get somebody else that send us a transcript. Nuns. We had a lot of nuns that were friends over the years. Wouldn't it be your duty as a religious figure to kill Hitler? I'm serious. Oh, you're shaking your head. I think it's your duty.
As a religious figure, that's where it gets. I don't know. I don't know if I kill over religion. It just seems
you know what?
oxymoronic.
I'm not talking about when he was an infant. I'm not going back.
No, yeah.
I'm talking about Hitler showed his hands.
Height of his powers. And
yeah, and these people, he was part of the plot to kill him, and he ended up being killed for that. Tucker says, see, when you call someone a Nazi, it's easy to kill them, even for a religious figure. It's like, what? That attacking Bonhoeffer.
Yeah.
This guy's heroic beyond belief. Well, I'm thinking of the scene from the Patriots, when the minister has to take off his wig and go with the flock and kill the redcoats. And he said that was his duty. The wolf is at the door. Well, the redcoats, what was the guy, Arrington or whatever, the colonel was, pretty bad. But he's not Hitler. If you can't say that for Hitler, then who is the religious figure supposed to be? So I need a religious figure. I'm sure Bill Devlin, I don't want to call Devlin if he's listening.
He spoke his name. He's calling him.
Oh, Dom, I would be on right there. I'd machine gun Hitler down. You can rest assured of it. Yeah, Henry's balking a little bit here. Did I go too far? Oh,
I mean, personally, yeah, you got to kill Hitler. But as a religious figure, I don't know.
I'm saying as a moral decision, you have to kill Hitler.
Yeah.
As a religious figure, as a moral decision, you're compelled to kill him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, then you're on the other side. You're compelled by your religion to say, oh, well, he might kill another 10 million more people.
All right, you got me there.
No, that's
I'm easy to win over. I don't know. It just sounds wrong when you're saying it, like you're killing him for religion.
Yeah, but I got a guy attacking Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
Yeah, right. I get it. Yeah.
Not only that, the random nature of attacking Bonhoeffer.
It is
how crazy Tucker Carlson.
I guess my history's not that good because I hadn't heard of this guy, but it seems ridiculous to kind of go after him now.
I think he was in the first plot, not even the Valkyrie plot, which was much later. Have you seen Valkyrie? I recommend it. Yeah, Tom Cruise is actually good.
Oh, good.
Shocking. Let's go to the great Joe of Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Joe, surely you can give us 30 seconds on Dietrich Bonhoeffer, right?
No, not today.
Okay. What do you have today, Joe?
But anyway, Dom, my opinion of a despicable person
yes,
is the failed actor, John Wilkes Booth, who murdered one of America's most illustrious presidents, Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, and what did he say in Latin when he jumped down from the stage?
Oh, yeah, I forget all of a sudden.
Henry, do you know? It's sic
semper tyrannis. Yeah.
Sic semper tyrannis. Yes, there you go, Joe.
Same thing crazy Joe Davola shouted.
Yeah, exactly.
Come after Jerry.
Thank you, Joe. Joe doesn't like to be maneuvered into like a Dietrich Bonhoeffer thing. He's got his own road he's going down.
Yeah, he's coming with his facts. He's coming correct, and then
I go Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
It's like he put down a fastball and you threw him a curveball, and he's like,
exactly.
Whoa, I don't know how to catch that.
But I mean, how crazy you have to be to go after Dietrich Bonhoeffer? The guy's, I believe, he's a saint. And I believe one of the things, Your Honor, the Pope, I'm making my case for Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Well, he wasn't a Catholic. It doesn't matter. He was trying to kill Hitler. He's in. That's sainthood.
Start praying.
I'm serious. And I bet deep down, any religious figure watching, listening right now, they would agree with me. Use an assumed name. Call yourself Father Benny Boobats or something. I'd
Father
love to hear
Antontola from The Sopranos.
No, Henry may be right. People may be appalled, saying, how can a religious figure want to kill anybody? You got to be kidding me. See, this is the, I'm not saying this with Henry, but I'm saying this is the innocent life versus not innocent life. Hitler has shown his cards. There was no doubt about it, what he was doing and what he was going to do. And you mean to say it's not a moral duty? These guys were the most heroic. They knew what would happen to them if found out, and they figured out there was a pretty good chance somehow or another they'd be found out, and yet they still tried to stop him. And Dietrich Bonhoeffer was one of the leading figures. And Tucker Carlson and his demons apparently don't like that. Nikki Fuentes concurred, yes. They actually, Tucker trying to make Winston Churchill the villain of World War II.
Sometimes there just needs to be like no more takes. We don't need a hot take for everything.
Right.
Like I mean I do get it.
Yeah.
It's clicks. It's so people like us talk about it. Like what are you guys talking about?
Right.
Let
me know if that demon attacks you anytime.
Yeah.
During the show
When's he
here.
coming back?
Yeah. And some scratches. You got to have some scratches in there. Yes. All right. 855-839-1210. Coming up, Florida. And particularly, there's a wrinkle in there. I just read a book about this guy, about Joe McCarthy and McCarthyism. What's going to be taught in Florida schools about communism? I don't even know. I believe it's not mandated to teach in Pennsylvania schools communism. I'm willing to bet it's not a state mandate. It should be. Can we all agree on that? Or socialism, but communism at least. All right, 855-839-1210, and I'm waiting for the word here, Henry. I might have on a show tonight, and I'll replay it tomorrow, the new mayor of Seattle.
All right.
Boy, this is zombie land. She's not the type, it's not like Mandami. I'd have to come with a fastball right out of the box. I think you could talk to this woman. But she believes that over the weekend, she said she couldn't pay for childcare. Her mother and father pay for her kids' child care, even though she's in her 40s, and that makes her more relatable. That's why she ought to be mayor. All right, Seattle, wacky town. Yes. Hey, let's talk about my good friend and personal dental specialist and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. Exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. That is no small feat. Over 11 years of training and 33 years of experience between them. Just think about what that means now that we have Dr. Emily Bentz in there. She joins Dr. Bentz in providing the best in customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases, like some of the issues I've had, and the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. You got 3 Bentzes there. This is a true dental family experience. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care, second opinion, maybe you've tell you about dentists that send their patients there for Dr. Bentz to get this type of care. Just call the Bentz Dental Group or get that initial evaluation. That's the way to start. 610-272-6949. Or visit their website, Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty?
Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year.
Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch.
The what now?
The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Dawn Stensland here with my secret to keeping warm while I'm hosting and reporting live on some of our city's biggest winter events and parades thanks to my heat holder thermal socks, gloves, and base layers. 7 times warmer than regular socks, and they are great gifts with flannel or microplush comfy PJs, vests, and blankets. Heatholders.com. Free shipping with orders over $25. 15% off with promo code DAWN1210. Heatholders.com. Tell them DAWN1210 sent you.
Yo, Philly, Ike Reese here. You can feel it. The air's cooler, football's hotter, and that means it's tasty cake season. I'm talking about those limited edition fall flavors like pumpkin pie and salted caramel donuts. The perfect game day snack while you're watching the birds. Whether you're tailgating or kicking back on the couch, make it a win with Tasty Cake. Grab yours before the season ends, and you know the deal. Accept no substitutes.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Okay, it is Dom time. A lot of Epstein stuff in the first hour, still monitoring. You heard Jeff Andrews said upwards of 50 Republicans might vote to release all this tomorrow. Okay, in Florida, Ron DeSantis and the Department of Education have reduced a new curriculum on communism. Now, you may remember when DeSantis came to Philadelphia, he was over at the what's the name of the, why am I blanking on it? Walnut, Broad and Walnut. And it was the Black History standards that were under fire then. There was a lot of stuff going back and forth. Well, a couple of things on the communism standards. First of all, it must be taught, new socialism teaching standards. I don't know that Pennsylvania demands you even teach communism, because people are wondering, where does socialism come from? Well, let's start with communism. Florida students are expected to learn detail at communist infiltration of the civil rights advocacy groups, include instruction on the use of McCarthyism as an insult, and reference slander against anti-communists, including the terms red baiter and red scare. And communism has to be talked about at every grade level, I think even starting in kindergarten at their own level. Now, this is DeSantis in full force of exactly the type of stuff that he does. We had on Ryan Walters last week, I want to say, or it seems maybe it was the week before, in studio, the former superintendent of schools in Oklahoma, talking about what they mandated you had to teach about socialism. Now, socialism's one thing, but when it comes to communism, is there any doubt the things that should be talked about? The only thing here, I haven't seen page after page on McCarthy. McCarthy was repellent in his own personal life in any number of ways. But there were a lot of communists. And there were a lot of communists at that point that he was able to ferret out. Now, he ultimately got caught up himself, you know, the demise of him. He died shortly after, alcoholism blamed, etc. I read a book on him, fascinating how he rose to power and the methodology he used with the media to get a headline going on out there. McCarthy is in here, and their treatment seems a little bit too lenient of McCarthy. I think it's excessive. Many people attacking McCarthy when, as I said, he did root out communism. His own personal failings, some of the excesses, that's fine. That's accurate to put in. But Florida now will teach the history of communism throughout, let's say, K through 12, as far as I understand this. And at each grade level, there will be a piece of it. Part of the problem, why socialism is so attractive, is people think it's a new idea. I think a lot of people in New York think, wow, I don't care what you call it, tax the rich, eat the rich, all that stuff. This is new. Community, defund the police. This is new. It's not new. It's tried every so often. Seattle, I mentioned, is another one that just went that way. And the woman there is not as brusque and as aggressive as Mondani. But her story is hard to believe. She didn't work until her late 30s at a paying job. She's married. The husband now apparently doesn't work. He kind of runs stuff for her. And the mom and dad pay for their child care. She says that makes her more relatable. That's why the voters voted for her. So are we going to see more of these? I mean, you can't just say this is related, I think, to the big blue cities. What's going on is the affordability issue is real. Now, the Trump people were not on the ball as far as messaging on this, showing that they're all out. Now, in the last 10 days, post the Jersey and Virginia election, they are. Today, we have the McDonald's Summit. And at the McDonald's Summit, they're going to be talking about prices, affordability, et cetera. Besant is all over the place, talking about lowering the price of coffee, bananas, removing the tariffs, other goods. Pasta, though, might be up 107%, which is nuts. Look, the whole tariff thing, I'm not on board. I haven't been on board with the idea. There's a reason why Republicans, conservatives have never been on board with that. But in a limited way, I saw what Trump was doing, some of the leverage it gave him to make deals, to move the ball forward. And now we're into this crisis where I think they're admitting that the tariffs play a role in this, and that's why they're going to be removing them. But this is an all-out push on affordability. And President Trump said over the weekend he's going to barnstorm the country. He was aboard a plane answering a question during the midterms. Barnstorming is fine. That's a good thing. But he's just got to make the case. He's got to stay on message. And the message is this: if you don't come out and vote, I am not going to be able to fulfill the Trump agenda, what you like, what you're coming to these rallies for. And I think he's got to call people out and say, what kind of an American are you? Put down that flag. Put down the Second Amendment. If you're not voting, you're not a true American. I mean, isn't that an obvious thing? Can he do that? Can he stay on message, and can he deliver that message? That's what he has to do to win the midterms. I mean, that's the secret sauce. Some of these other things like affordability, I think they're moving on it. It's going to be stubborn, some of these grocery store prices. I just had to stock up on Band-Aids yesterday. I'm looking at the costs and was like, I haven't bought them in a while. My God. Like, what did Ludwig put a tariff on Band-Aids? It's the Commerce Department now. 107% possible tariff on Italian pasta. This is like striking where we all live. My God. I bet Lutnick says sauce. I'm sure he does. Let's go to Karen in North Carolina. We were talking about Bonhoeffer and religious figures, and when you have a moral duty to be part of the group that was plotting to blow up Hitler. Let's go to Karen in North Carolina. Hi, Karen.
Hey, Tom. Good to talk to you today. I'm calling because my husband is a Lutheran minister who has studied a lot about Bonhoeffer. And his parents also are German, and his mother grew up in Nazi Germany. And I would like to just say that Bonhoeffer had a lot of qualities, kind of Jesus-like, because Jesus wasn't a wimp. He went into the temple and threw over the tables of the money changers. And, he wasn't going to put up with things that hurt the people. And just like Jeff Van Drew said earlier. So when Bonhoeffer saw that the Nazis were taking over the church, they took over the church, all of it, and Bonhoeffer did not partake in that, and he started his own separate little church. And when he was threatened, he came to America, studied some more, and he had the chance to stay here. But he said, I've got to go back for my people.
Exactly.
I've got to be with my people. And he knew of the plot, but he was not directly involved in the planning and the actual logistics of the plot. But he knew of it and did not disapprove of it because he saw what evil was being done to the people.
Yeah, so as I said, it's a moral cause for a religious figure. Look, you have to be careful here. Tucker Carlson trying to say somebody calling Trump a Nazi or calling a MAGA supporter a Nazi so you can kill them. We're not saying that. This was the real guy. This was evil incarnate. Of course, as a religious figure, you would protect the flock, and that meant doing anything you could to kill him.
Exactly. It was the lesser of two horrible evils, and and that was the path that he took. And we consider him a hero because he came back to Germany and was arrested and was hanged naked at age 39.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. He's an all-time hero. Tucker Carlson ought to be embarrassed. Who attacks? I'm reading this, and I knew of this guy. I haven't read the bio of him, whatever, but I knew enough of him and the plotters. There's even a monument to them in Berlin, at least the last plotters, that they didn't stand still. They tried to take him out. They did whatever they could. They blew him up, and it still didn't work. What are you going to do? All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. So Florida now, this commie curriculum. I think I've given you just, is there anything else here? Let's see. The argument is that this goes too far, and I have to read the exact document. In the Red Scare, they call it the Red Scare of the 50s, and kids are not going to get the other side of it. Now, I put in the other side about McCarthy. But as far as communism, other than maybe you talk about, well, why do people submit to this? What's the germ of the idea that in the beginning gives them a sense that this is something they'd want to try? Okay. But other than that, there is no other side to communism. We know what it is. Now, calling people a commie like I was, John, last week and all that, still one of the worst things you can be called. I don't know if Mondami's a communist. If you asked me to bet, I would bet he is. The woman in Seattle is kind of muddled, but she's a socialist. She says it, without a doubt. I don't know about a communist fully, and we'd have to get into distinctions. But Mondami, I think, is. And I think the people around him have that kind of flavor to them. And we know how this ends. And that's why he's so important, and the woman in Seattle heading into the midterms. All right, side question today. Hit us with that all-time person, that all-time despicable or at least really bad American coming off Epstein in the news. And I haven't heard from anybody today on Epstein. I think people, maybe the mainstream view now is acceptable. Look, people wanted the Epstein files to be revealed. And now, at least on paper, meaning the vote tomorrow, it is. And I'm going to be very interested to see who votes against releasing those files. Why would they? President has said it's okay to do it on top of everything else. Mike Johnson, the leadership, they may feel they have to vote to say no. Brian Fitzpatrick, I think, will vote to release them. Ryan McKenzie on my show last week and Jeff Van Drew, both back-to-back, said at that point even they would vote to release them. And then we're going to see. We're going to see the Democrats go too far. And we'll see if you heard O'Reilly's argument. There might be some innuendo in there about some people. Might be. But isn't transparency in this the best thing that you can do? Whatever happens, happens. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I have never traveled once for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Am I an oddity in that regard?
Yes.
I don't think we have ever taken a holiday between Thanksgiving and Christmas to Florida or California or anywhere. Chicago, family, relatives in the Midwest, any of that. And I've traveled a lot in my life. Never have left during this time of year. I have no interest in it, to be honest. Longest trip I think I've ever had is maybe a 45-minute car ride from Bethlehem to Kutztown.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 60% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 12/20. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio, and I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again, and that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Here is a little bit. This is Cut 9, Henry. This is the Michigan State Superintendent, where they're changing their curriculum around binary, things of that nature. Being interviewed, this is Sue Carnell is the superintendent, being interviewed by, I believe, state senators. And listen to the simple question asked here. For somebody who's going to be implementing all this in one of the biggest states in the country, in Michigan, in their schools, about how many genders are there? Cut 9.
How many genders are there? How many genders are there?
different people have different beliefs on that.
Well, you can believe all you want, but science says there's two.
All right. So the long pauses or look straight ahead. Can I use what I practice here to say, well, different people have different opinions on these? Is that the way to go as Michigan copes with some of this stuff? And here is a former Obama guy. I may stop some of this, Henry, at a point. I wanted to talk about this in light of Epstein, saying that MAGA is completely melting down right now. And I don't believe that to be the case. Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't have widespread support. Trump is moving off the Epstein stuff. So where's the meltdown at this point? Here's what he said.
Van, hi, this follows up on what you wrote about yesterday, and that is this MAGA split and the fact that it's quite significant, whether you're talking about the Epstein files, whether you're talking about Gaza, whether you're talking about, again, really surprisingly last week, Donald Trump saying, yeah, we need foreign workers. We got to have foreign workers. I mean, the split was wide and growing. And then, of course, the Tucker Carlson dust up, also splitting the MAGA movement in half.
Yeah, I mean, 6 months ago, if you thought about MAGA, it was by far and away the most ascendant, powerful part of the media ecosystem. And it really is a metastasizing hot mess right now. Almost all the leading figures in MAGA that have big followings on YouTube, podcasts, online, are at war with each other. They're at war over things like anti-Semitism, nativism, misogynism, racism. They're trying to play out their rivalries in public. They're trying to bury their enemies within MAGA, and you're starting to see real substantive splits with Donald Trump. And where this matters, it really is over America First purity. There are a lot of activists who love Donald Trump who think it's crazy that we spend this much time bombing ships on the shores of Venezuela when you have prices going up for working class Americans. And remember, Trump won as the champion of that working class. The truth is he's a creature of the upperest of the upper class, right? He loves to hang out with moguls and rich people and CEOs and gild the office and take his golden bar from the Swiss as they try to get their tariffs lowered. And this is starting to cause real angst. And it might.
All right. So, again, I think that's a little bit over the top. When Trump has gone off the line talking about all those HB1 visas and American workers suck and all this stuff, there has been fire back in that direction. But look at the pivot on affordability. And I'm not saying definitively this is going to work. It's a work in progress. Grocery store price, two things we laid out last week. One, grocery store prices for everybody. Will people see that clearly? There's some movement there. Besson talking about more to come during the holidays or sometime this year. Two, the housing issue, young people getting into the first house, not a bleak look down the line and saying, I can't live the way my parents did. I'm never going to make that. That is a bigger obstacle. Now, will they vote in the midterms and to continue with more socialistic viewpoint on that or not? Or will they just not show up and vote, which I think is more likely? That one is a little bit harder. And we've already talked about, we're probably going to have Peter Schweitzer on, I think, maybe tomorrow. The guy that wrote all the books about all the insider trading, about all the stuff with Pelosi, the Clintons, and others. And he is savaging the 50-year mortgage. So I go to the dean of 50-year mortgages to get him ready for tomorrow, Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
How you doing, Dom
Good.
Henry? I
Good.
get so many quote-unquote honors bestowed upon me without even asking for
There
it.
you go. Be ready.
And
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm like, big on the idea, but I think it's interesting. But I agree with what you said about a shepherd defending his flock. And I really like what DeSantis is doing in Florida as far as teaching kids, excuse me, the pros and cons of capitalism and democracy and socialism. And if you could get them to realize that without the revenue generated from capitalism, there is no socialism, maybe at least we'll get some smarter Democrats out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But,
I mean, the only thing I said that's interesting here is what they say about McCarthy. And I've read pretty extensively on him. There were a lot of communists, but this guy was repellent in his own way at the same time. And he was one of the best friends with all the Kennedys and all. As soon as I see that, that's difficult.
I hear you, but I think mandatory reading for every high school senior should be a book called The Road to Serfdom.
Yes.
By an author named F.A. Hayek, no relation to Selma. And I think it would just go a long way to teaching them like the real as far as socialism and communism. Because like you say, we have to learn this lesson every 20 to 30 years. But I'll get to my side answer. And I am going to go with one Fritz Julius Kuhn, Kuhn. And this was the whack job who thought it would be appropriate to have a Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden in 1939. He wound up going to jail for embezzlement. And then the guy who founded the American Nazi Party, Rockwell, was assassinated. So it looks like there's still a lot of people out there that aren't buying into this nonsense and are acting like the shepherd to their flock, if you'll pardon the pun.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You guys have a great day, Dom.
Thank you, Robert, as always. All right, we'll take more on the side question, too, coming up. And Bill Ackerman is both a billionaire who's become prominent because he's the guy that lit the fire with the colleges, particularly with Penn, how woke they were withdrawing money, getting other people to do it. So over the weekend, there was another spasm. I happened to see the Bill Maher show. They had a guy on Smarter Than the Room from NYU. And he was telling young men to drink more, drink a lot more, make mistakes like that.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Oh, God. I wish I had the exact. It was going back and forth with that. Well, Ackerman, I'll give you coming up, has a phrase. This idea you have to meet women online is the only way to go. The other, you'd be amazed. I don't think Sean was in. No, Kirk was in. John, the producer, saying, well, you're afraid of being sued if you approach a girl, that kind of thing. That was.
I mean, I wouldn't have taken it that far.
That's what it is.
It's the vibe.
Well,
I get what he's saying.
He said on one date, the first date, he had a cross and she found out he was Catholic. And her question to her right away was, well, would you convert? I think she was like an atheist or something, too. So
Convert to atheism?
Yeah, no, right. Give up Catholicism. Murky picture. I'll tell you what Ackerman said you ought to say. He says in matters of the opposite sex or whatever, or same sex, or just in general. And man, on Twitter, I think we're going to find a few people that will defend this.
No.
They're going to say it's better than the usual lines guys might use. Okay. Some of the all-time worst. I think the worst is you're tired walking through my mind all day. That's just preposterous that anybody's ever said that. But when I used to teach community college, I had one guy I remember. He said, "Well, you just throw it out 100 times. You got to score 1 out of 100. That's all that matters. That's got to be your attitude.
It is.
Accept rejection, and if you score 5 out of 100, wow, then you're really rolling. Yeah." We'll give you the Ackerman line. You've seen it, Henry, now?
I've been reading it.
It's pretty ruthless. And the people that defended him, they're even crazier. He may have made a mistake, but they're now running down Broadway with this. You're going to see a book on this. That's going to be the title of the book. Yeah. All right. So be ready to write this down. We'll see if this is effective or not. I can imagine if we walked outside our studios and tried this line on just random people walking down the street. The response would be...
I'm going to have friends run experiments with this one.
Okay. All right. Give us the full results on this. Yes. Let's see in a laboratory whether these work or not. Okay. First of all, let's talk about Rescue's natural supplements. Take advantage of huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts, from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being. Get these limited-time deals at res-q.com, res-q.com, or 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 27th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 Mercedes G550s, each valued at over $170,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 29th and December 27th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. So Bill Ackman is not only a billionaire, hedge fund guy, Penn, all that stuff at the universities, major MAGA donor, but he's picking up on, and this, as I said over the weekend, you see more and more of this. Some of it coming off not just the financial, but toxic masculinity attacks on males, particularly white males, the Democrat Party, all of that. So he said, I've heard from many young men that they find it difficult to meet young women in a public setting. In other words, the online culture has destroyed the ability to spontaneously meet strangers. As such, I thought I would share a few words that I used in my youth to meet someone that I found compelling. Now, he doesn't say it just had to be a woman, but compelling. But it seems to be moving toward that. I would walk up to someone and say, may I meet you, Henry Machette? And before engaging further in conversation, I almost never got a no. Well, this set off, given there are people that want to attack the guy because of his attacks on, woke college and all that stuff and how prominent he was withholding funds. That's novel. I've not heard that one before. May I meet you? It is not threatening. Would you be seen as a nut, a nerd, or some other combination there, Henry?
Nerd.
Nerd?
Yeah, I mean, nerd for sure.
Right.
I mean, it's a very nice thing. Don't get me
Exactly.
wrong.
Right.
May
It's
I
kind.
meet you?
Yeah.
But it's like, I have a feeling a lot of people aren't really looking for kind when they meet you. I mean, they want intrigue, not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
Kindness.
All right. So
And that doesn't exactly, strike intrigue.
Exactly.
With me.
We need to hear from women, particularly on this. May I meet you? Would you think, oh, this guy's not threatening? He's not a creep. He's not any of these things. Now, this is all over the place. So if you go using it over the next couple of weeks here, it might be.
It's going to get oversaturated. real
Yeah,
quick.
it's kind of hackneyed, but look, guys, we use anything in order to strike up a conversation. This might be hard to say, though. I can't imagine.
Well, like for
saying
this
yeah.
guy, it's like, may I meet you? What do you
Yeah.
think his next line is? It's, I'm worth $9 billion. And then they go,
this way, right. Yes.
okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, of course you've never been turned down with that.
Bill Ackman, big sign coming in, billionaire.
Yeah, literally, he's wearing a shirt, yeah.
We got to walk around with our net value then if you're over $1 million.
Carrying
you
around
have the
burlap
right on there.
sacks with money signs on it.
That would be even better. Scrooge McDuck, yes.
Literally.
All right. We need to hear from you. Is that effective? And everybody says, no, these lines are never effective. Well, then what are we reduced to? Then we're reduced to, the argument is, online and drinking a lot. That's what the Scott.
I think we can find some nuance in that.
Yes.
A little
well,
bit.
that's what he said it word by word. The guy's cocky. He was on Bill Maher, and Maher was they're looking for a shortcut on this crisis of this type of stuff. So he endorsed it too. And the guy said, make a lot of mistakes. Well, you make a lot of mistakes. You know what? We've seen too many people canceled even before they're out of their 20s. I wouldn't be recommending, go out there and do anything for a while. Nobody. You got social media. You got a record of this for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. In the past, you could get away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Henry, go and drink more. Drink a lot more.
Well,
he
not,
said, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's more playing to like the
Yeah.
social aspect of going out and
Yes.
drinking because I feel like that
Okay.
part of it is gone. Not go get blacked out and make an
Right.
ass of yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a little bit, sure.
It's
but like not like this over the
yeah.
top, like kind of how you're framing it.
Yeah, well, that's the way he.
Yeah, if he's doing it too, then yeah, then-
it's Scott. He's at NYU, and he is a walking conversation where he says, "Did you know, Bill, that 40% of people can't get on? That kind of thing."
Right.
The stat that what's going on in America right now that bothers me the most is the median. I don't know what the average is, but the median seems to be pretty clear. And Charlie Kirk even was talking about this, of people getting into their first home was the age of 40. There's something wrong with that. That is way too late. 30, I think, would be a realistic, and it probably used to be around 30, maybe even slightly under 30 or maybe 31 to get into your first home. And if 40 is what is necessary now, wow, that is that's something is off with that. Even 35 starts to be stretching this a little bit. So 855-839-1210. We're seeing people recognize this, and I'm mocking both Ackman and the other guy with Bill Maher as far as the remedy to this. But it is true that enough barriers have been put up. John was pretty funny but compelling last week, too, some of the stuff he said about dating, et cetera,
Like his just walking content.
Yeah. Would you convert? All right. 855-839-1210. Need to hear from women, though. Would that line just seem to be like an antique? Did Bill Ackman really do that? Or has it come to him now that he's a billionaire and people would know that? Roe took me to see this, Henry. I don't even remember the name of the film now. In which she's a dating coach, and at least two guys had their legs broken when they were in their teens or whatever. And then when you reset it, it gives you 3 to 6 inches in height.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I know that procedure. I don't know this movie, but
who knew that tall was one of the things they were looking for?
Oh, absolutely. Duh.
I didn't think
absolutely.
it was that big of a deal.
Oh, it's absolutely.
Yeah.
Today's day and age, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're seeing everyone online with the perfect, life, you want the perfect, arm candy next year. What does that look like? It's a tall guy. It's a guy who's towering over you.
Like 6'2"?
At least 6 foot.
At least 6 foot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fudging on that with the DeSantis. Well, for presidents, it's one of the reasons Ron DeSantis may never be president. He's too short.
Too short, yeah. Gotta
It's
wear the
ridiculous. Yeah. Wear the lifts. I would advise them wear the lifts. Get better lifts.
Look, if Ron DeSantis can't be your boyfriend because he's too short, is he qualified to be president?
Exactly.
Those are questions people are asking.
Can you see if he came out with cowboy boots and he forgot to take the spurs off or something?
Yeah. If he comes out in cowboy boots and says, "May I meet you?" It's like, you already lost my vote, man. See ya.
But breaking your legs and then when they're reset to gain height was actually one of the central premises in that film. And was it the name will come to me.
Materialist?
Materialist.
Yeah.
And it was brutal. Just brutal seeing the matching up of people, including those who broke their legs. Let's go to Phil in Delaware on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, welcome in.
Hey, good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
You're welcome, Phil.
Couple quick things. One, Mr. Montcalm says how against billionaires he is, but yet Soros was in a picture with his son, and they were all cuddled up. And so how much can he be against them? He knows their purpose, and his following is just clouded on what Mondami's actual purpose and goal actually is.
Well, I don't know that they don't agree with it as like an ideology, as Bill, as you're suggesting, but they do want to go after the rich. They do blame the rich. They do think we have to take something from them and then we'll be okay. They agree with that.
And once that rich base that they're going to take from to live on goes away, what's going to be the next step?
Well, wait a minute, though. This is going to be the acid test now. Are these people, Phil, I don't know for sure. Somewhat they will. But there's a lure to New York City. They're kind of betting, as I often say about Jersey, why have not millions of more people moved out of Jersey? I mean, they see how unaffordable it is. They see how dictatorial the Democrats are, but they stay.
Well, I think just like with Delaware and Florida and other places where Delaware had a great corporate incentive and the Dems screwed that up, and we're slowly losing our tax base. And now they did reassessments, raising taxes. So here is, a general Democratic state, but it's falling apart there. And Florida, they're making it incentives here and
tremendous. There. Yeah, Florida is booming with this. So, Phil, who's your evil American, your despicable American?
Well, I got to believe the winning person is Soros. I mean, every bad thing that's going on, from the King thing to Hamas to Mondami, everything leads back to him, and I don't understand it. We gave him what he has, and he's doing us bad.
Thank you, Phil. All right, we'll put you down for that. My point is this, and you're not supposed to say that in talk radio. We're supposed to tell you everybody's going to flee New York. Now, parents that are liberal and a little bit, upper middle class, they are fleeing the school districts because he's taken away gifted and talented. He's taken away all this in the name of equity. They know where he's going, and they're going to try to go to private schools if they can afford it, or Catholic schools, something of that nature. But there's a reason why people don't flee Jersey. 25 years plus of Democrat rule. Phil Murphy, the just ungodly taxation, regulation of your life. And the reason is Jersey has what they want. They grew up there, maybe. It has a culture. It has color. It has place. It's like Philadelphia does to me versus the suburbs. Or some state where, there's nothing particular about it. You'd be a refugee toward it. So are they going to flee now? What some of them may do, they may change their principal residence for tax purposes, et cetera, if they can, to a shack in Florida or something, or a condo in Florida, and say, that's my principal residence. You're going to have to prove otherwise. Versus a multi-million dollar townhouse in New York. You're going to see some of that. But are people actually just going to wholesale flee New York? And the answer is, well, undetermined. All I can say is, now, Jersey's not socialism per se, although it's close. And have people fled? For a number of years, it leads in people moving out of the state net versus moving in. And yet, they just elected the people that caused all this. Big time. And every time she speaks now, I said during the campaign she was pretty tepid. Now it's starting to wear on me. Now I see why Matt DeSantis is furious, Mikey Sherrill, now that she's outed herself with the victory celebration. So are people fleeing New Jersey? These people are betting, some of them will, but not enough critical mass that it's going to make that big of a dent. That's what they're betting on. And I told you the reasons why. They have family there. They grew up there. It's a pain to move. Why should I move? I love this about it. I love my house. I love where I am. A million reasons. And Democrats are bloodsuckers, progressives. They know that deep down, and they're going to use it. If I were advising them, I'd say, just like colleges, charge more. They'll pay it. You'll find enough people that will pay it. Oh, we really could charge $100,000 a year to go to college? Oh, yeah. They'll think it's a pedigree. It's even more valuable. Is there any limit before people in Jersey would just say, that's it. I can't take what they just did here? Well, they've already done it. How much more do they have to do to you in Jersey? And yet, not just by a little bit, she was elected overwhelmingly. Think about that. By some far-fetched hatred of Trump that we're going to get at Trump by putting Mikey Sherrill in there to continue this or make it worse. Yeah, well, I like Jersey, so I'm staying. That's the bet. Until it's like the NFL. They could do anything to us. Just look at the stuff that they do. Look at Christmas, Henry. To watch on Christmas Day, you got to have Peacock or something else, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Why do people put up with it? Crack cocaine. We want football. They could literally do. They're playing games in Madrid yesterday.
Yep.
And we'll play you coming up. The singer they put up there, the outfit. I don't think hookers are wearing it. It must have just come from the hooker world. You saw it.
I saw it.
Yeah, you don't think that's hooker-esque?
No.
Oh,
really.
All right. We'll let people decide.
Again, maybe it's the sign of the times, but no.
I think it's not that I don't mind fashionable, sexy
I
women.
personally wouldn't have worn that if I was in the national anthem.
Yeah, but it's national anthem too.
Yeah,
I don't go out.
That's,
national anthem.
Didn't dress for the part. I'll say that.
Yes, you're going to something, God knows what. Yes, I see it. Okay. But you're singing the national anthem in a foreign country. The black hooker outfit might be Halloween. Stick with that.
It's always only a few weeks ago.
That's right. Hey, future home sellers, now's a great time to start thinking about your 2026 home sale. The market is shifting. Do you know what buyers want for a faster and more profitable home sale? Diane Giordano is inviting our 1210 listeners to get her free Thanksgiving pie open house on November 25th at the Abington Firehouse from 9 to 5. You can pick up your free apple or pumpkin Thanksgiving pie, get a signed copy of her new book, The Smooth Sale Method, where Diane shares her newest strategies, smart marketing, and strategic planning. Diane will also reveal insights on the 2026 market forecast, such as prices, mortgage rates, and inventory. You won't want to miss and have a chance to stand her and talk with Diane, get the free pie and her new book, Smooth Sale Method. At an event, you can enjoy the lunch, desserts. Go to freepie.com, or call 215-576-8666. I should be there around 4. Hope to see you and wish you a happy Thanksgiving. It's all free. Just let Diane know you're coming. Go to getfreepie.com.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99 or 3.99% financing. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, youtube.com/1210, YouTube alert. Take a look at the outfit. Even Henry's relenting a bit here, saying maybe not for the national anthem. I don't know this singer, Henry. Do you know her work? I haven't heard of her before.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with her.
So this is the singer the NFL brings over to Madrid, I believe the game was played in.
Correct.
Probably free tickets or incentives to come out because there's probably soccer matches going on. They're playing in Madrid, Spain now. Can you imagine their sense of football? Well, what we call football. Here's the singer, and if you're on YouTube, you can just let us know appropriate or wildly inappropriate.
Time to let your savings take root at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 3.65% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or lock in higher earnings with a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.75% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Dawn Stensland here with my secret to keeping warm while I'm hosting and reporting live on some of our city's biggest winter events and parades, thanks to my heat holder thermal socks, gloves, and base layers. 7 times warmer than regular socks, and they are great gifts with flannel or microplush comfy PJs, vests, and blankets. Heatholders.com. Free shipping with orders over $25. 15% off with promo code DAWN1210. Heatholders.com. Tell them DAWN1210 sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Get behind the wheel of a brand new 2026 Chevy. Now lease a brand new Chevy Equinox, just $289 a month for 36 months. Need more muscle? Jump into a 2026 Silverado 1500 RST. Lease for $499 a month for 39 months, or finance it with 0% APR. Visit Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill. Check us out online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
All right, welcome in, everyone. It is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Dom's Money Melody is on the horizon. That coming up. Not much new on the Epstein thing at this moment and the back and forth with Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I never remember, and I can't imagine our listeners being fans or even sort of aware of this Nick Fuentes guy. We talked to O'Reilly about him. We now have, because of Fuentes, this stone-cold anti-Semite, Nazi supporter, racist, I mean, casually about this. We have one of the leaders of the Heritage Foundation, Robert George, who's a brilliant guy. I think I've had him on a couple times in various things, resigning because the Heritage Foundation was supportive of Tucker Carlson and the interview with this guy. They kind of lost their mind, at least the head of the Heritage Foundation. So now Daily Mail says that New York City's hottest it girl actress, who I think I vaguely have seen her in a couple of roles, she does a podcast. And the podcast was with Nick Fuentes. She's been dropped from a major film, and that reason is being cited. Now, you could argue, and I get the argument, we don't want to be getting into canceling people. But this idea that you give a platform to a guy like this and say, well, I'm just asking questions. Don't you think he has a point? No, he's just a guy getting a lot of clicks and a lot of social media with maybe a bit of flair to say stuff so outlandish around all this that it gets attention. That's it. Sadly, President Trump, either unaware or God knows what advice way back when, had dinner with, I'm trying to think of how many years ago that was. But this guy is just like a grenade thrown in all over the place. All right, 855-839-1210. You'll get a line. We talked, too, about Florida and the communism, and I think they mostly get it right, curriculum. To the best of my knowledge, I don't know that it's mandated in Pennsylvania in any way, shape, or form that you address communism. All to the point with socialism, with what we're seeing go on in New York, in Seattle, isn't it one of the major draws is people think no one thought of this before. The Mondami just burst onto the scene, and this is, wow, this is hot. This is all new stuff. It's in a different package. It's in a better package than Karl Marx or something, but it's the same principles. We know what they lead to. We have Thanksgiving coming up. You know the story, the Pilgrims, vague socialism in the beginning until they went toward capitalism. Now, you could talk about the edges of capitalism. And let's face it, we have a lot of programs that are socialistic that kind of take the rougher side of capitalism off itself. I've been on record over the years talking about the NFL as essentially, if you really look at the model, it's a socialist model. They're all in it together. Their game is to get as much revenue as they can. I'm sure some want to win ultimately. They want a trophy. They want a ring. They want all that. That's real. But in the end, what is the NFL best at doing? Making money tremendously. They're geniuses, inventing something like getting more and more people into the game, fantasy football. It doesn't work with other sports. At least I haven't seen it. You got to be kind of degenerate to be doing it with some sports. But football, it does. It's huge. Anything they touch is huge. But the enterprise in the end is parity. Make teams, and that's where the tush push comes in. And Henry, last night, are you in the camp? I don't think they got stopped on that tush push. They didn't run a tush push. They ran into the line. I don't think Detroit stopped the tush push, really.
I think
they did a variant.
Yeah, they did a variant. I don't think it was very well executed just because, like, Cam Jurgens wasn't in the game. It was Brett Toth at center.
Right, yeah.
Lane Johnson wasn't on the line. So I think the combination of those things it made it just look like a regular old, QB sneak when they were trying to execute the tush. But I just think it was a tush push. It was poor execution. The Eagles shot themselves in the foot more than the Lions stopped it.
That's it, exactly. Yeah. I think it is still unstoppable. You're right. If they do it the way anywhere remotely near they're good at.
Correct.
And I would offer the tush push is an example of socialism. Can't be stopped. They want parity, and they're going to continue to go after it. And particularly when the Eagles are this good on top of everything else, they're going to be looking to say, no, we're not going to let one team dominate. They don't want it. It's not the business model.
It's too hard to officiate, Dom. We can't see the full starts.
Or, injuries and everything else.
The line of scrimmage is too clogged.
Yeah. So in Florida, the communism model now is the curriculum. And remember the trouble they had with Black history, that type of stuff that happened. And DeSantis was here speaking. There were big protests. Already there are people going nuts on this. But he's incredibly methodical. He actually drills down to what people say the problem is. So I'm going to ask, when it comes to, this was on my mind, 2028, I don't see J.D. Vance as, I think DeSantis would have a chance against him in that the big thing DeSantis doesn't have in a field with Trump in there is charisma, is that bigger than life sort of stuff. He just doesn't have that. And you want that in a presidential candidate. It's the big story of one or another. Obama had it, his story. Trump, exactly. Biden, there's some years where there's something that is there that's a little bit different, COVID intervening. Could Ron DeSantis be in the ring against J.D. Vance? Yeah, I'd say without a doubt. And I don't even know if Trump is ultimately going to endorse J.D. Vance. I have a lot of doubts about that. He might not endorse anybody.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he's got going on is Don Jr. pestering him. But other than that, he's not enamored with all this stuff. He thinks magically he's going to run a third term.
He does.
Yeah,
I do
exactly.
agree with that.
I think he's got that. So could you see it? This is what they're doing in Florida. DeSantis talking about property taxes. And why in the world do we have property taxes is exactly right. It's your property. Why should they be able to tax it? Now, he said it would have to happen nationwide for Florida to consider, or Florida started moving away from property taxes. He's on to stuff like this. He's a great administrator. He gets it done down to the you can't ask for more as far as executing this. What he doesn't have, though, he doesn't have the charisma to be the nominee. That's the argument. And it did happen against Trump. Yeah, it did happen, without a doubt. He just couldn't compete on that level. If you remember, I remember it because we almost had him here, Henry, on President's Day. We were working up a big scheme. I was inside it and all. Last minute, he couldn't do it. But people were just enthralled with him at that point in time.
Right, yeah, he was the
he was the guy. And he was actually ahead of Trump in some ways. And then he got massacred. Didn't even have a chance in Iowa against Trump. Why? He's the same guy. He has tremendous power to execute what people want. What is he lacking? And the answer is, when you run for president, it's different. You're not running for governor. You're not running for dog catcher. The presidency has an elevation that is second to none. But if he's running against Vance, I think that's a different ballgame. I don't see the charisma difference there. I don't see much difference at all. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All we need you to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. This communist curriculum is spot on, except a little bit too defensive about Joe McCarthy and McCarthyism. McCarthy outed a ton of communists, but the overkill of it was real. And that's why it's such a fascinating thing. That's why they still write books and films about that era with Joe McCarthy. What a riveting figure. Zenos in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom. You and your gang over there, everything is fine. Listen, I want to make a comment about, the curriculum in Florida.
Sure.
It should be taught, and it should not be sugar-coated. And as far as what McCarthy did, there was a lot of communists, especially in Hollywood. And Charlie Chaplin was the biggest one of all of them.
No, wait a minute. That's true. All I'm telling you, though, and I read this, at least what I have so far, Zenos, and, McCarthy went after people mercilessly that I don't think I've read extensively about him. So I would say they're right to say, hey, let's give this guy the credit. He outed hundreds, if not thousands, of communists.
Yes, he did. He did out them, and then maybe some in minor roles, but some in bigger roles. I'll give you one. One of my, Greek friends was Kazan, Ilya Kazan. He even said it that, there's communists here, and he was afraid. And they made Kazan look like he was the bad guy.
Yeah, that's prominent.
It should be told, because my parents in Greece, my father fought in the Nationalist Army against them people, and even with the Nazis there. And what they did, if I told you the stuff that they did, was brutal. But we should be telling history, especially American history. The good, the bad, and to say any ugly. It should not be sugar-coated. The only thing they do today is indoctrination. He, she, who, me, X, Y, Z. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. There's only, like I said, I'm going to say, there's only two sexes on this planet, male and female. Get over it, Wake up and smell the coffee. And another thing they do is they embarrass my ancestors that started the Olympic Games 3,000 years ago in Greece, or Peloponnnesia at the time. And that's embarrassing to me to have men and women's sports, because in those days the sports were separate, men and women. Now,
that is true. Now, what's your side today, Zenos?
My side today is the legislators in North Carolina that started the war between the states, because they did not want to compromise with slavery. And there's another guy, in factor of that, too, that has something to do with, was Buchanan. I believe he could have stopped it, and he didn't. But it was North Carolina that lit the fuse. And every one of those legislators at a time, they're responsible for starting the war.
Thank you, Zeno. I think South Carolina, we'll put you down for South Carolina more, Fort Sumter, the whole thing. Well, I was there. Henry, I'm sure, is just back from Charleston. What was the big spot for you? You got to Fort Sumter?
I didn't make it out to Fort Sumter.
No surprise there.
No, I actually went to the, I don't know I forget what they call it now, but the slave market.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
yes.
Which is like a 6 or 7 block open air market where they, vendors come and sell various amounts of things. I thought that was very cool. Very unique spot in Charleston that you don't see a lot of places.
Yeah, Charleston is great. The tourist part, you're within 5 minutes walking of everything, at least an embassy suite. How can you beat it?
I got to say, though, about Charleston, it's a very nice city. I enjoyed my time there, but man, they have convinced America and I guess the rest of the world that having, crappy houses that are falling down on each other, painted pastel colors makes it a beautiful city.
That's right. A lot of pastel. You put enough pastels on stuff. You're right.
That's what I'm saying. You're walking around town sometimes, oh man, this house gonna make it through the night? Was
that in North Charlie?
No, I never made it up to North. I was telling my friends about North Charlie. I was like, we can't head up that way. We're like, how far are we? I was like, oh, it's still a ways away. It's a whole nother city.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get right now straight away to
it's Dom's Money Melody.
Nice prize today. A pair of tickets to see the great Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra Philly Sports Put to Music on Saturday, November 22nd, coming up at Cardinal O'Hara High School in Springfield, Pennsylvania, Delaware County. Not Montgomery County. I have trouble with that at Springfield, but Springfield and Delco. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. All right, Henry.
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we were asking for that all-time worst American. And typically when we do this question, I have the same answer. Every time. It's one person that lives in my mind kind of rent-free because every time I see this person in a movie, it's ruined. It's over. You're the worst person. You're the worst actor. I can't watch this movie anymore. How dare you be a Hollywood actor, be in all these movies, and you make them all stink even though they might be fun. Which is true in his latest movie, in which someone wrote that he has a massive ego and won't take accountability for his latest movie absolutely bombing, which is no shock because I feel like I was one of the first people to this guy. Like, this is not a good actor. He's just not a good actor.
Or a good person.
Or a good person, yeah. There you go. There's another hint for you. So, on top of being a bad actor, he also has a band that's it's okay. It's got a commercial appeal. They've had commercially successful songs. So in addition to being a bad actor, a bad famous actor, he is a musician with a band that has a planetary name. So I'm going to play you that band here today. I want either the band or the name of the actor who fronts this band today. They're playing Message in a Bottle by The Police. I want to know the name of the singer. Yeah, Dom, we got a bad actor with a band that has a planetary name. Want that name.
I don't find the cover to be horrible.
He's not
undistinguished, but
he's a fine singer. Honestly, he should take up singing full time. He should drop acting. He's the worst.
Is it Bernie Madoff's son? No.
Oh, might as well be.
Yeah. All right, phone lines. You get in at 855-839-1210. I'm amazed if anybody gets this right out of the box, and you're going off to see the great Joe Conklin.
Bombed a recent movie.
It's a great Thanksgiving time together, the 22nd. 855-839-1210. Jump on board.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Give your holiday stuffing a delicious upgrade with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Ground and packaged for easy use. Just open, cook, and mix into your favorite stuffing. Then bake up bite-sized stuffing muffins that are packed with savory flavor. Perfect for passing around the table or sneaking before the big meal. Your holiday inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield. Better care, better pork, better holidays.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty?
Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year.
Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch.
The what now?
The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Black Friday sales are here, and many consumers complain that the discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. Well, that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
The Black Friday mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Massive savings on GE appliances. Save up to 43%. Wow, 43% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right. You heard how despicable this guy is. We're looking for his name or the name of the band. We'll accept either one. Right, Henry?
Correct.
Okay. Let's hear a little bit.
Yeah, guy's awful, Dom.
All right, let's go to Andrew in Audubon, New Jersey. All right, Andrew, who is this despicable American?
Jared Leto, 30 Seconds to Mars.
All right, nicely played. Enjoy Joe Conklin. I think you'll, yes. That was pretty good right out of the box.
Yeah.
Anything more on him?
Yeah, he bombed Tron, the Tron series, latest installment, Tron Ares, bombed at the box office, and it's partially because no one wants to see this guy in a movie anymore because he is not good at anything.
All right.
I'm sure some of us remember Morbius.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So maybe a random undistinguished American, but man.
I had to save it.
Yeah, the wanted posters are out there for him. Okay. 855-839-1210. A lot of stuff brewing up again today with Tylenol and autism. The maker of Tylenol firing back on appeal, claiming no credible evidence that shows taking Tylenol causes any kind of autism or neurodevelopment that's out of line. So this battle will be joined, and I'm not sure what doctors are recommending now. I think when we had Dr. Mark Siegel on, he said, well, it's always better not to be taking stuff during pregnancy. We try to avoid that, but there's a line where you're going to have to do something. And I just think, to me, I get the idea, this drive to find the cause of autism or causes of the things that are out there. But in the end, I think this was ham-handed, how this was put forward. Was very difficult to see this play out. And we're going to see, I don't know if the sales of Tylenol now are down tremendously or not. All right, so we've been talking about, among other things, Florida, communism curriculum, even, and I'm trying to get it page by page. It's a lot of pages versus some of their other stuff. I don't think Pennsylvania even does this. And to the best of my knowledge, and we're checking, still, nobody named over in Chester County. Henry, the last you look, right? There's no independent investigator that's named to check on what happened on the debacle on Election Day. No. All right. We're trying to be in touch with Eric Rose, the minority commissioner there, because we're not going to let this go. This was a debacle in which people were disenfranchised. So what are we up to now? We're coming up on, is it only 2 weeks tomorrow from election? That doesn't seem right. I guess that's right, though. Right? But during that period of time, you mean to say they couldn't say, all right, here is who is going to investigate this, and we want them to start right now. This is job one. We have to restore confidence in the election. You have one job to do, the election. Just get it right. This was completely 75,000 people or so were put out by this, provisional ballots. Who knows what happened here, and still ongoing. I think they had a town hall around this to hear people, but people in the suburbs must like this not only ideologically bent, but incompetent groups that are running the counties around here. Day after day, we see something else. Just wait until the new sheriff and the new DA get in there in Bucks County. Just wait until we see what they do. That will be more like Larry Krasner than any kind of sane prosecutor. And we'll see maybe 6 months from now what these people in Bucks County say. Oh, maybe this was a bad move. I told you about Jenkintown, I think it was on Friday, and I'm still watching to see what happens there. Jenkintown's a great place in a lot of ways. Police chief in September, their board meeting, toward the end of September, puts out a directive. He's looking at the bylaws and what cops have to go by. And he just tries to clarify that, yes, ICE is a federal partner in some ways. Here's what you do. And I think the language was something like, you have somebody who they think has committed a crime, they're pretty sure of that, and they think they're here illegally, potentially. As they book them, they're going to let ICE know about it. All hell breaks loose. These people in Montgomery County, the welcoming people, the others come out of the woodwork. And now the mayor and others are backtracking on something simple here, where the police chief was right. He was just clarifying for cops, here's how to deal with this. He wasn't saying, we're going to enter into that program with ICE. We're just trying to protect people, and we just don't want cops to get hung up, not report something, and then have it come back and bite it. So here's what I come away with. It seems like in places like Philadelphia, Jenkintown, they would rather have the Larry Krasner people screw up and not put that alleged maniac in the jail who was involved with Ms. Scott, who was killed. That's okay. We'll forget about that. But if you are joining up with ICE, you are really trying to protect citizens, then we don't like that. We'd rather have some people die, but we have some vague principle, some virtue signal out there. And that's apparently what's going on in Jenkintown now. Jenkintown. It could be anywhere USA. But Bucks County went nuts. They knocked off Fred Herron. They knocked off Jen Shore. And now we're going to see what the results are, where they go. All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary. Yo, Gary.
Hey, Dom, how are you, sir?
Good, good.
So it's kind of out of the box for this answer because I never heard anything bad about Richard Nixon. But the policies, while bringing China in as a preferred status, is, I believe, one of the major reasons why we have the affordability crisis that we have now. Because every one of our manufacturing jobs, all the stuff that was in North Philly, is gone.
Yeah, I don't know that Nixon opened a door to China. You're right. I think it was more Clinton who signed various treaties and put him into the World Trade Agreement. It seems during the Clinton years, that's when that happened to me. But you're right. That is something that is a major evil. That what we have to just start.
I wouldn't say it wasn't Richard Nixon himself. It was, unfortunately, it's whoever came in and made China the favored nation status. It's the policy that sticks to that person.
I think it was the Clinton years for the favored nation status, but Nixon opened the door. And I agree with you. How in the world are our drugs, our medicines, routed through communist China in a lot of ways?
There isn't, with exception to stuff like coffee and bananas that we can't actually produce here, really everything should be produced here first.
Exactly.
Or at least tried to.
Exactly. That's a good one, Gary. Thank you. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in. First this week, I think we'll have a $50 gift card to Gallows probably at the end of the week. 855-839-1210. That worst American. Dan had a long story. He was with friends when Epstein was dead around that weekend, I think, and they were talking about the most evil American, all right, the worst. It doesn't have to be somebody who murdered hundreds of people. It could be something like Bernie Madoff. Or the Rosenbergs who gave the Soviets essentially nuclear weapons.
Or Jack Doherty, who's
going
around with a bodyguard running into people.
YouTube.
And then having his bodyguard fight his fights for him.
That is pretty bad. And I think social media probably has a top 10 of the worst people on social media.
And he's up there.
Yeah, I would agree. It's sad to say, I think Tucker Carlson's up there. And I haven't got one person to say, come on, Dom, why are you so tough on Tucker Carlson? Well, when a guy that smart is saying demons are scratching him and attacking him every other night, I might think, Tucker,
go to the doctor, Tucker.
Yeah, go to the doctor. Imagine being all right, tell me about these demons. All right, 855-839-1210. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483 for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Good news at the airport. The FAA lifts the flight restrictions at major airports like Philly International. SEPTA is canceling a dozen trains today as it completes safety upgrades on its Silverliner 4 regional rail fleet. And the Eagles snapped the Lions' streak of 40 games of scoring double digits after last night's win.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A chilly air mass will remain in place over the next several days. It'll be partly sunny today and not as windy with a high of around 49. A cold night tonight, becoming mostly clear, low 34 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy and cool with a high 47.
The best gatherings start in the kitchen, so get yours ready for the holidays with Kitchen Magic. Now save up to 30% off new cabinets or refacing and 50% off bathroom installations. Family owned since 1979. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this season truly magical.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Okay, Dom Giordano show. Welcome in. So Democrats now, we're going to see the release, tomorrow, the vote anyhow tomorrow. Maybe 50 Republicans voting to release the Epstein file. Democrats worried now because Republicans, and rightfully so, won hearings on this woman who is the representative from the Virgin Islands, Representative Plaskett. It's pretty clear now that she helped Epstein get tax breaks, worked for his fixer, and later was selected to Congress. But in addition to that, during the testimony, this was around Michael Cohen and Epstein testifying, he was, I'll say allegedly, but I think it's a matter of public record now, texting her what to ask next. So much so that she thought, and she texted back allegedly, she didn't understand one of the abbreviations, or she thought it was an abbreviation about what to ask next, and he clarified it for her. Wow. Who knew during that testimony? So, yeah, finally, we're going to see, and Jeff Andrew was pretty passionate on the show today about this, we're going to see the vote for release. Democrats will overplay their hand on this with any number of emails. O'Reilly making a case, and I'm not in agreement on the show today, well, there are going to be people tarnished by this because they may have taken a picture with him. He may mention them in an email. Doesn't mean they did anything wrong. He wouldn't say that's Trump's motivation up until now for trying to avoid the release of everything. I think it should be released. I think majority of people think, yeah, we got to release. It's gone on so long, even in death with this guy, that we continue to see this distraction, this acrimony, this back and forth. So we'll see the vote tomorrow. I don't think anybody in leadership will vote to release him. I think you could see, I'm going to set the number at, will there be over 30 Republicans that vote to release, particularly since the president releasing that on Truth Social. Now, they know Trump put it out there, but does he really want it released? And Pam Bondi will be called in to testify. This is going to go on for a while until we get to the bottom of this and release it. All right. And the other thing to watch that we'll have a lot of coverage on tomorrow, the McDonald's summit tonight. Apparently fast food, I think they're in town. Trump's going to speak there, all in an effort. And I got to say, Where was all this before? I'm glad to see it now. Bessent is the best guy to be out there. Still working to get him on the show, the Secretary of the Treasury, on affordability. He's confident. He knows economics. He's aggressive under questioning. And you can tell that a lot of people interviewing him cannot contend with his knowledge of this. It does look like on all fronts they're pushing back. Now, is that going to make a difference with grocery store prices? Maybe. At least you'll see around the edges it will. How about with affordability as a long-term goal for, say, people in their mid-20s now, looking to get into a home, looking to have a family? That's going to be something that's going to take a lot more. And I don't see them addressing that at this moment, getting together, home builders doing something. Maybe that's in flux. But without a doubt, the Trump administration now is roused. And they get the issue in Jersey, at least people there, what are you going to do, saying affordability. Did Jack Ciattarelli not address that time and time again? Yes, with bullet points of 8 to 10 things on it. Absolutely, he did. Losing, I got it. Losing like this, it's just remarkable. And how the people lost in Bucks County, Shorn and Fred Herron, just they were swamped. Why? You had the anti-Trump vote come out, but not the Trump voter. President saying today he'll barnstorm the country for the midterms. That's good. But what he has to do is get with any number of people or at the rallies, even bring them up and say, hey, are you going to vote? And if they say, no, you're not on the ballot, I'm not going to show up, they'll go to the rallies and not vote. He's got to break through on that. If we don't, if those low propensity Trump voters don't vote, you're not going to win. If they vote in the manner that they did before or close to that because they get it now, you are going to win. That's what it comes down to. There's all kinds of events that can happen between now and then. But if they just won't vote because Trump's not on the ballot, that's got to be his job one. Driving down prices, yes. But this reluctance to vote is just, it's a killer. All right, let's go to Bill in Bucks. And Bill is on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Bill.
Hello there, Dom. Happy taking a clue at what happened now in McKinney. I mean, it was,
all right, Bill, I'm going to put you on hold. We're going to try you. You're breaking up a little bit. We'll see if we can do something here. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony. Earl, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. You were talking about how they're doing the history of communism in Florida schools, and that's going to be my side answer. My side answer is going to be Howard Zinn and the People's History of the United States.
Yes.
Which is nothing but communist propaganda. I have a copy of it, and I started reading it, and I only got up to the second chapter, where the entire thing is every negative aspect of America is in this book. There's not a single positive American aspect in this book. And this is a textbook in American high schools and colleges, and it's no wonder the kids are gravitating towards socialism and communism, is because the history that they're learning is about how horrible and awful America is. I mean, the book opens up with Columbus coming to America, jumping on the backs of Native Americans and riding them like horses until they drop dead. And you wonder why the kids are screwed up.
Well, yeah, any school district that has this, that ought to be the first thing you challenge at a school board meeting. You bring it up relentlessly. I was on Fox News because Janie Blackwell, who was the city councilwoman in Philadelphia, touted the book. I got her on, Earl, and we talked about Castro and firing squads and Mao. And she said, well, I'm sure they weren't all bad. It was like Chairman Mao. My God.
But, and that's the thing. The Internet was supposed to make us smarter by giving us access to information. And what it's doing is, first off, it's killing long-term memory because kids don't remember anything that they learn anymore. When you were growing up, when I was growing up, you had to learn stuff because you didn't have access to the book when you were done. But there's just so much misinformation out there. And I'm not saying that anything that Zinn is writing is actually wrong per se. I mean, some of the sources are questionable, but it's just the fact that there's not a single note of positivity, and they wonder why the kids are depressed when everything they're learning is negative.
Thank you. And when you think climate's going to kill you and you won't last to your 20s or 30s, well, that might be depressing too. Yeah, Howard Zinn and any school district that had, it's a runaway. He sold, I want to say, in the millions. Could be in several millions of the textbook. Any school district using that. I think Philadelphia was at that point. That's how Jenny Blackwell came on the show. It was really Jim Kenney who was the architect of this. He was smart enough not to come on. She did. And she said stuff like, well, you know, Mal wasn't all bad, was he? No, just the 30 or 40 or whatever million people he
was
killed.
nice to his family.
Yeah, it was nice to his family. There was a pet. Yeah, it was a Hitler-N type of thing. And, Fox picked up on it because of Howard Zinn, too. That was the textbook. Earl is exactly right. That's a good one. It is completely negative, and it overlooks what Castro did. It overlooks Mao. It overlooks the Soviet Union. It overlooks all that. How can you overlook it and have it in schools? Well, they do. It's one thing to say we want a different opinion, like the Florida thing here on communism. Pretty difficult to come up. Socialism, you want to debate on that. But communism, no. What's the other side? What's the other side that we would hear defending communism? Where is it successful? Where has it not killed millions of people? All right, it is the lightning round next. And here's how you get in, 855-839-1210. It's been a mixed number. I see some pretty good ones on Twitter, too. We'll give you those. Hit us with that all-time despicable American, somebody who, you know, may have not killed people necessarily, Madoff, and the damage that he did, as an example. Might be a little bit more subtle. You can hit us with that. But Zinn and his legacy, that is really on the mark. As I said, the Trump administration has gotten the message. Now, are they able to do stuff that's going to rein this in? And I told you it's a Commerce Department, so that it's that guy Lutnick. The Commerce Department right now is threatening 107% tariff on Italian pasta. Why? They claim they were undercutting Americans, selling it for less in order to drive out other brands, American brands here, which people don't want their pasta. They want the Italian pasta if you really want good pasta. Lutnick, that's his agency. So we're seeing with all these foods, constant jockeying with the tariff. And 200 foods they've released now, they're taking the tariff off, as I understand it. This is not going to go away through the midterms. Democrats believe they have the word. When you can boil it down to one word and you stick to it, that gives you a fighting chance. Remember Bill Clinton? It's the economy, stupid. Carville, when you get it down to that, that's politics 101. So with them, it's affordability. Yeah, but what about I get you? But if they can freeze frame that, that's how you win. All right, 855-839-1210.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for just $328 a month for 42 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgates and holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Save $3 on 750s of Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 and $2 on Jack and Honey and Jack Fire. And for your high-end personal stash, save $2 on Jack Daniel's Bottled in Bond, $3 on Gentleman Jack 1.75 liters, and $3 on Jack Single Barrel Select 750 milliliters. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Maybe I'll see you there. Celebrate responsibly.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, before the lightning round, Larry Krasner never disappoints. On Friday, he denounced President Trump because President Trump failed to cooperate with the United Nations to review the USA's human rights record, calling the administration boycott a disgrace. He was there representing Americans. Larry Krasner.
It's good.
All right.
Glad he's focused on Philadelphia's issues.
Yes, exactly right. Meanwhile, carnage here in Philadelphia, but the UN, you got to go there and talk to these people about human rights. Larry, what would you say to the, at least 75 so are dictators that are there and dictate a lot of the nonsense that goes on with it? All right, lightning round. 855-839-1210. You get in. Bill in Palmyra on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Dan. Dan, a good show as usual.
Thank you, Bill.
My answer for the side question is William Ayers, a retired professor from University of Chicago, who, along with Bernadette Dorn, was the founder of the Weather Underground that proceeded to set off bombs, exploding bombs in the New York City police station, the Pentagon, and other statutes. He was designated a terrorist by the FBI, and he was arrested, but because of problems in the prosecution, the charges were dismissed. Right. And he's a bad guy. He was a practicing insurrectionist in the United States of America, and he's retired now and still around.
Best buddy of Mr. Obama, President Obama, and Bernadette Dorn, as you said, we're coming for your kids.
Exactly correct.
Yes, exactly. That's a good one. Joe in Columbus. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Dom. How are you today?
Good.
Dom, does Ro regularly listen to your broadcast?
Yes. If she's on her good behavior, yes, absolutely. She takes beautiful notes, beautiful writing too. You have to see it, Joe. No,
my initial entry would have been the guy who turned sauce into gravy in this country. But
we can enter that.
I don't want to get on her bad side.
You know what? In Italy, though, they deserve this tariff. Not that I said that when I was over there, because they say sauce, not gravy. So, they had it coming, Joe.
All right. Okay. Yeah. We may be able to hit a medium ground somewhere along the line. Who knows?
Yeah.
Dom, my entry represents, to me, especially in this day and age, everything that's hypocritical, evil, and influential in Hollywood today. She didn't like metal coat hangers, but she beat her kids with them. She was the biggest phony. She was more interested in her fake persona than she was her reality. that the persona she tried to create, to the point where she left all her money to some lame charity and not her children, and she had a badly handicapped adopted son, left them with nothing, and that was Joan Crawford.
Not only that, the battles apparently, can you imagine Joan Crawford and Betty Davis? Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
right?
you don't see quite that anymore. Yeah, bad. She was big with Pepsi Cola, too, among other things. That's pretty jarring, Betty Crawford. Yeah. Bill in Bucks. Okay, we want to get his answer. Okay, Bill, what's yours?
Okay, can you hear me, Major Dom?
Yep, we can.
Okay, great. I was going to tell you that we really took a bad beating out here in Bucks County. We lost 5 out of 5 row officers and 4 judges. So it was a really rough day.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll be waiting there when the first case with the con man DA and the sheriff there goes awry, which it will.
Well, we're going to keep a close watch on that to see what it does, and I'm waiting to see the official results. I don't know if they've been published yet.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm going to give you my side question. It's a guy, 1971. He was convicted of first-degree murder.
All right. Break up again. Charles Manson. The ghost of Manson is there. It's Charles Manson.
Right at the horn.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's amazing what he was able to accomplish. And we hear this all the time about eyes that are unbelievable. It's kind of mythical. People have eyes, but Manson, I think, fits the bill.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
soulless.
They definitely attract that. All right, one more. Joe in Levittown. Joe, what's yours?
His name is, he's actually a part of the Bolshevik revolt. He was a mass murderer, and he was responsible for the death of 10 million Orthodox Christians. His name is Heinrich Yagoda. And ironically, he gets no claim he killed far more people than Hitler. And just the odd part is that he killed so many Orthodox Christians is the fact that he was Jewish, which was odd, which many of the Bolsheviks who were at the spear tip of that revolt were.
All right, I don't know. Is he an American, though? I'm a little bit...
No, he's not.
Okay, yeah, I thought so.
He's a Russian.
Homer and Belmar, we got about 15 seconds. Hi, Homer. Who's yours?
Hi. Collectively, those Supreme Court justices that voted to ban prayer in public school, they've affected millions of people who are now running our country.
Maddo and Mary O'Hare, all time. What do you say, Sean? Who did you like?
I don't know. I have a fascination with like cults and all that.
Okay.
So the Manson one kind of got to me.
Okay.
Because he's definitely a horrible man. He shifted the culture very severely around the turn of the 60s into the 70s.
And Henry?
Yeah, so I like learning something new with these side questions. So I second Manson, but I also throw in Earl of Tacony's of Harold Zinn, Bill and Palmyra's of William Ayers, and Joan Columbus with the Joan Crawford goal.
I could go with the Howard Zinn. Thought that was a pretty good, subtle, but almost overwhelming that he's out there, as far as I know, in schools.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll do it all again tomorrow with great guests, with you, Henry, and I'm not sure Sean or Kirk.
We'll have Kirk here tomorrow.
Kirk tomorrow. All right, so Rich Cioli is next, though, for 4 big hours to take you home. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Keep them coming here. All-time worst American. And we'll see the McDonald's Summit